time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Welcome everyone to the Chessable Masters online rapid tournament. This is the fourth in the Champions Chess Tour this year. And well, what a lineup of players we have. We have notably the top two players in the world, world champion Magnus Carlsen, and he is facing world number 2, Ding Liren. So that's going to be very interesting. We've got young Indian players, we've got young Chinese players. It's a fascinating lineup. There's even an Englishman in there, which I'm delighted about. Before we get underway, let me mention some of the sponsors and partners of the event. So it's the Chessable Masters, of course, Chessable, the online platform that's taking the chess world by storm. Then we have Airthings, who monitor the air quality of the players. Very, very important. We also have NFTs available. If you go to chesschamps.io to check out what's on offer there. And I think that's just about it. We're going to be getting underway in about 2 minutes. So I need to introduce, of course, my co-commentator, Jan Gustafsson. Jan, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited. 7 out of 10 excited so far for the prelims, but this should be a fun tournament. Basically, we have Magnus, we have Giri, there's Ding, and the mixed field. What's not to like?
Yeah, no, there's some interesting characters in there. I mean, you know, I mentioned the one Englishman, Garwin Jones, who, well, do you know what? You never know quite what you're going to get from him. So, you know, I'm excited about that. And as you mentioned, Anish is always there to add some grit to the oyster in the proceedings. So, and we've got Abhimanyu Mishra, of course, who became the youngest grandmaster in the world just a few months ago. So, very, very exciting lineup. Are you firmly going to plump for Magnus as the favorite here? Do you think it's a firm favorite?
I do think.
Welcome back, everyone. Not quite sure what happened there, but hopefully you caught enough of it. Jan was just saying that it's kind of hard to bet against Magnus. He's certainly very well motivated after, well, by his standards, perhaps a slightly mediocre event in the Oslo Esports Cup. And we're actually underway already. Well, let's go straight to the World Champions board. He has black and he's playing his compatriot, Ariane Tari. Well, French defense there, Jan.
Yeah, not a fan. Magnus doesn't do it much, but of course he knows Ariane, and he usually likes to mix it a bit in these preliminaries. It's 15 rounds of qualifying. Let's face it, he probably has enough margin to play a few French defenses to qualify. But I never liked it. I promised my first ever coach to never play the French, and so far I've held up that promise. Let's see what he does.
I mean, he's gone for the winner as well, which I think is an especially risky version. Of course, as you say, it's the early rounds. You know, he can get away with perhaps losing the odd point, but you know, round one, always that tricky round where you plunge into the water and the shock can be quite severe. And he's playing this very risky variation with b6. I've always thought the French was okay, but only if you play the classical, and then there's a chance to get away with it. I've always thought the winner was essentially dubious.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm not much of an e4 player. I'm sure I'd hate it with white too. It's so complicated. And usually French players, not Magnus because he doesn't do it much, but they're very at home in their semi-closed strange structures and putting a bishop on a4 and king on f8 and all the strange things they do. But here, I think he just has a good read on Ariane. They know each other well. And Ariane is a very strong theoretician, but Magnus will probably feel in a somewhat weird structure in a sideline that he can outplay him.
But Ariane is playing, well, let's say the theoretically approved line, which is, well, first of all, the bishop has been shunted back to f8.
That's weird already. Like if I had this position, I'd think, okay, I guess I take and go bishop a6. But instead, what they do is go all the way back. How do you explain this to kids? You play bishop b4, and then when they attack it, you go back. In the meantime, you play b6. Doesn't make any sense.
It's inexplicable. It is inexplicable. I know this is something where we just have to say, don't try this at home. You know, it's very odd indeed. Of course, the structure is closed, and so one can get away with this kind of tempi loss. But yeah, if black exchanges on c3, then all those dart squares, the g7 pawn, all those dart squares, they're weak. So the bishop goes back, the structure is fixed, and black just wants to proceed with bishop a6 and exchange off that bad bishop. Well, but you know, we have to come back to what Bobby Fischer said about the winnower. It's anti-positional and it weakens the king side. There we are. The words of the great Bobby. But this line with bishop b5 and bishop a4, this is very sophisticated. This was developed in the late 80s. And
recent.
Yeah, well, very nice idea actually, because basically White is saying, look, this light squared bishop is actually a really important piece, and he wants to drop it back to c2. He's going to play the knight to e2, play c3 and bishop c2, and he wants to retain that beautiful bishop because he's following the wise advice of Bobby. He's saying, yep, the French is anti-positional, weakens the king side. So once that bishop drops back after c3 and bishop c2, then it's pointing in the right direction. And also, now that the knight has come back to e2, then it frees the c-pawn to actually cover the pawn on d4. So this is a really nice idea. I mean, I just like White's position. But, well, we have to trust in Magnus. But so far, Ariane is following the approved method, let's say, for White.
Yeah, and trusting in Magnus doesn't mean he can't have a crappy position out of the opening. He's also taking his time here.
Oh,
it just looks bad, really. Let's see, too. You said don't try this at home. I have some information that Magnus might not be at home. Maybe he's feeling the holiday spirit. I'm not sure which country he's in, but he probably feels like a little adventure. But this position just, I really, really dislike. The thing is, as a kid, I used to think if we get rid of this light square bishop, things will be okay. Especially if White keeps his, they really aren't okay. This bishop on c2 will be powerful. There's not a lot of pressure on the White center, so White can just slowly build up on the king side. Ugh.
It's a beautiful position. It is. I mean, that's the kind of French that I would never go near at all, but only on the black, only on the White side. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a little pause there for a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for slight technical hitch on this first day, but hopefully we can get over that fairly soon. So, Jan, we were talking about the game between Tari and Magnus Carlsen. Let's just have a quick recap of what we have there, and then let's move on to another board. Looks like, so started with the winner for black, which we both slightly disapprove of, but Magnus seems to be improvising in this first game, and even this b6 move is, well, it's on the edge of respectability, but probably the wrong side of respectability, I would say.
Even when it comes to dodgy sidelines here, like c5 or knight e7 are the main moves. I've seen people play queen d7, which looks stupid, but at least it stops this bishop b5 idea we see after b6, a3, bishop f8. So,
but
yeah,
also
not
has
great.
a pretty dubious reputation, frankly.
Yeah. I'm just saying that b6 in the pecking order of weird lines here is pretty low even there. I checked with the computer during our flashy break.
Yeah.
Computer already gives like -2 for black or +2 from white's perspective somewhere here. So it does not enjoy Mr. Carlsen's styling so far. Then again, if we had to bet right now, I'd still say he's a favorite to win. What do you think? Like this game?
Magnus is a favorite to win. Really? Perhaps I have the benefit of of looking at the position that they've actually reached, which, well, to me, it looks almost impossible for black to win this position. However, I would sort of put odds on a draw, actually, now that the queen side is completely blocked. But white is still better in this position, basically.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'm not sure about a5. Like,
yeah,
leaving the a file open and putting a knight on g5 or some queen here might even be one more area of concern for black.
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, a5 looks like a slightly odd decision to me. I mean, if anyone's better here, it's going to be white because of the space advantage on the king side. However, it looks like an odd decision to me for white.
Some respect for Magnus maybe in that decision. No, let's lock the queen side and make sure there's never any c5 coming. No knights on c4. Build a nice little V here. I'm wondering, this is the current position, if I can still uphold my belief that Magnus wins this, because I can't really think of a scenario. Like, how do you...
Well, I was going to say, draw might be the summit of his ambitions from here. I mean, how you gain any winning chances for black is
so by making white try to win. White goes g4 at the wrong moment, but it's unlikely to happen.
Okay, so what are white's winning chances? I mean, that's the next question.
I guess you prepare g4 for 100 moves, no? King g2, rook h1, queen f4, f3. The question is, does Arjan want to do that? Knight h3 seems like he wants to go queen g5 maybe. But it's stopped. Not sure I like knight h3. No, there's some rook dg8, g5. Okay, it's far-fetched, but at least some ideas.
Okay, and I suppose one big question is, can white actually take on f5 and gain something from that?
He probably will, because it's also safe. But do you win this? Black goes gf, I'm assuming, and then the knight comes back here.
Yeah. Hard to see how white is actually winning that position, actually.
Maybe draw was the right call.
Yeah, I think could be. Listen, we should move on because apparently there are some other players in the tournament.
Who else is there?
So, well, let's go to Anish. Let's go next door.
Oh, full of excitement, Anish's position.
Well, yes. I'm reaching for the clock times to see if we can generate some excitement there, but not even the clock times can give us something to get excited about. So yeah,
Where do you stand on all the Anish draw jokes? Do you think it's out of line he's trying to fight, or well, he does make a lot of draws?
I find them very tedious by this stage.
Got a bit old, didn't it? Like,
yeah, exactly. You know, it's become a hackneyed meme, and yeah, can we move on, please?
yeah,
I mean, I really
all this stuff like his rapping name would be 50%. Or
yeah.
Can't hear it anymore.
No, I've had enough.
He's an artist because he likes to draw. Never.
No. Well, I don't know.
No, the thing is, I think it's very unfair because he's not trying to make short draws. And frankly, there are quite some players who don't mind the occasional short draw in the very top. So it's a bit strange. Anish got this reputation. I think there's a bit of truth in that he's just a solid, correct player by nature, and he also prioritizes not taking risks or not losing sometimes over messy positions. So I haven't looked at percentages recently. He does make some draws, but all this bullying, well, he can defend himself. But for non-fighting, I think it's just not based in reality.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I mean sometimes he has I would describe his style as kind of correct and quite formal, but he is still playing for a win in many positions. But I don't see, he's not a gambler. I mean, I would say in just his personality, it's not his style.
You won't see him play the French with b6 and bishop of 8.
I don't think so, and not a king's gambit, or he's not doing this. Least likely to play the bomb cloud. It's not him.
Shouldn't be anybody. The bomb cloud shouldn't be anybody.
Well, sometimes it is. Some people. Oh, look at Magnus. I'm afraid that is going to be that. I think we're going to see a draw very quickly.
Come on, Arjan. What kind of position do you want to play for a win? I would have done the exact same thing, but it's more fun to criticize people for doing it.
Yeah. Okay. This was a very tame first round game. We should move on rapidly. Let me go down and let's
hang on. I want to see the end. Like, how many moves can they make here? Oh, no, they're done. Yeah. Like,
has the software clicked in yet?
I might have the setting. Don't show result. Yeah. Show game result. Here we go. All right, this one is not a lot more exciting. They will exchange some pawns or the knights and another draw.
Yeah, and we need to quicken our pulse rates here. We need something that is get the juices flowing, the pulse rate going. So can we move to Ding Liren against Jordan van Forest? Now,
oh, that looks more fun.
This is a lot more fun. Can we go from the top, because here it looks like we have some proper action actually.
All right, very quickly. Knight of 3, e3. This has somehow become a serious opening. They keep doing it, but now we're in some e3 Tarash, where in the old days they used to play a3 here, but nowadays black, I think they figured out dc followed by a6, and it just becomes equal. So Ding takes, bishop b5, a6, bit of a sideline. Main line here, I think, is cd or bishop d6. Daring white to take. The hanging pawns. This at first sight looks great for black, but white's play is reasonably easy. No rook c1, knight a4, try to get a grip on the dark squares. So black has to do some stuff. Knight e2, not afraid of bishop f3.
Very interesting. Yeah, I like it. Swing the knight round. Got a beautiful bishop on b2, and let's see what happens.
So far, so good. And now Ding decides to cash in, takes on f6. The argument being that the queen can't recapture because of queen d5. Black shouldn't have enough for the pawn. Jorn goes gf. I guess the tactic, quote unquote tactic, is queen d5, bishop g3. Now the queen is en prise, so we take, and Black has a Zwischenzug, as we say in English. Do you use Zwischenzug or do you say intermediate move?
Well, actually, intermezzo, if I'm going to be
Oh, that's Leiko, right? Leiko is trying to make intermezzo happen.
well, intermezzo is standard English, I would say.
That too, but Leiko does use it more
Does
than
it?
standard English requires.
Really? Yeah. And you don't use Zwischenschach rather than Zwischenzug.
In German, I would. In English, Zwischenschach sounds too aggressive.
Oh, really?
Maybe so does Zwischenzug. I'm not sure.
I've been trying to introduce Zwischenschach just to confuse people.
Intermediate
But
check.
here is actually a very interesting moment because, of course, there were two possibilities for a Zwischenschach.
This one's bad though. It's losing the bishop.
This one is very nice because it loses the bishop. Nice little tic-tac.
So I guess they wanted more than this. I don't know. White is slightly better here if it's equal. Black does have a bunch of isolated pawns. But Dingo's h3. Bishop back. Knight h4. Trying to checkmate.
Nice.
Knight h6 looks weird.
Yeah, it does. Well, I guess he wants to prevent the rook going to g8 and then g6, which actually would really cement Black's kingside and actually give very good opportunities for a counterattack on the g file. I'm guessing this is what knight h6 is about. Yeah, rook g6, rook g5. These are very nice possibilities for the rook. So this must be the reason behind knight h6, and still queen h5 is coming. And
so Jordan
yeah,
uses the moment to break free, give a pawn, clear this square for his queen.
Okay, this is developing nicely. So we've got quite a few more moves. Let's rattle on here.
Takes, queen f6, queen h5, e8. Oh, we got endgame. f4 is a drastic decision, but it looks like Black is more or less okay. No, there's no particular attack. Queen g6 is coming if needed. I'm not sure why you need f4, maybe to stop bishop e5 in some line. It feels like Black is all right.
Yeah, looks like it. Queen g6.
g4. You'd rather keep queens, but there's no real way. Queen h4, bishop f5 just doesn't work. So g4 takes. And here, although Black is a pawn down with the bishops and the knights sort of stuck here without any attack. No, this went well for Mr. Van Foreest. Pawn to d4.
D4 I like very much. It's such a beautiful, disturbing move. Just to break up White's pawns. I mean, this is lovely stuff. And now it's starting to get a little bit of drama because there we go. Oh,
this didn't happen. Just showing.
Just slicing down to the king. That is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, d4 is such a thematic move. I really like it. Must be okay for Jordan.
Yeah, he's better. The question is how much. King h2. Worst case scenario where you can take on e3. Regain the pawn, but it feels like there's more.
Yeah, how?
No, we could take here, and if knight takes, bishop b3 now, so there's not much.
Those knights are really hamstrung, aren't they?
They're so stuck.
Yeah.
Maybe just d3, try to queen the pawn.
d3. Okay, that d3 kind of raises the stakes.
Yeah. Not sure about it. Could be very bad too, but
yeah, I mean, suddenly the bishop on b8, of course, isn't such a wonderful piece.
That's true.
I mean, can one simply protect the d pawn? I don't know. Play rook e d8 or rook c d8. One of these moves. I don't know which.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure.
It's very sharp, and actually,
it does take.
We're getting down to clock times. Just over 3 minutes, 3 minutes 15 for Ding, 3.5 minutes for Van Foreest. This is it's a very difficult position, actually, with not so much time. Just a reminder, they're playing 15 minutes 15 minutes on the clock with 10 seconds increment per move. So it pretty fast stuff, actually. So he took and then played rook d8. But I don't know, for me, that looks very logical because both bishops now are working very hard. And yeah, as Jan is pointing out there, rook d2 is on the cards.
Yeah, not fun to play with white. Your king could get in real trouble.
I think we might
very quickly.
We might be there already for that king. My word, that's very unpleasant. What time is it in? What I wonder what time it is in wherever Ding is.
It's usually late, but probably not that late yet. I think the game started like midnight for him. But my sources tell me he's a night owl, so playing from midnight till 4 a.m. is just business as usual.
But he hasn't really. We haven't seen the best of Ding in these online tournaments so far. I mean, I like him. I like him a lot. I think he's a very, very interesting player. And I do, without being partisan, I do hope that he manages to put in a good tournament.
He's had his moments. I think it's also tough to play online from China. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but he needs some VPN, and then you need to trust that the VPN doesn't get cut. So it puts some extra hurdles in the way and some extra stress.
Right.
I think he started playing in the first edition of the tour. He was doing fine, but then at some point he started losing games by disconnect. Plus it was in the middle of the night, so he took a little break. But it's good to see him back. Always fun chess. Although this one he might not enjoy too much so far.
Yeah, tricky. I mean, I've seen him in normal over-the-board rapid events play absolutely superbly. So, we know he has the quality, but as you say, there are some technical issues that have held him back. King g3, whew.
And worry about nothing, bringing the king away from the second rank, maybe even here.
Yeah, but I'm worried about, if I were white, I would be concerned about that bishop switching back to c8 and onto the long diagonal. That
could happen.
Oof, but it's getting very sharp. f7 is then hanging. I mean, how one ties this together with black is tricky, but boy, oh boy, that king is chancing it. Just to recap, everyone watching, we have 2 draws so far. We have Tari against Carlsen drawn, and also Grandelius against Giri also drawn. No huge surprise there looking at the positions. And just a quick reminder, this is the start, this is day 1 of the preliminary stage, which is a 16-player all-play-all tournament. And so we're going to get 4 rounds today. I like the preliminaries, I have to say. We get some very interesting chess.
The problem was in the past, I tried to spice this up with the prices that you get 750 for a win and only 250 for a draw and so on, and this fighting index. The problem was with when the top 8 qualify, so half the players, then the top dogs often, once they have +3, +4, whatever, they can slow down a little, so you don't get that much drama. I think the last event where they had this fighting index, there was a lot of intrigue even on the last day. So I'm curious to see how it goes.
I don't think it's just the fighting index. I think the scoring has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's now 3 points for a win. So actually, it's difficult to coast along with draws, because if you're only getting a point and suddenly, players are bouncing up with 3 points for a win, I think that has actually made the crucial difference. So yeah, it's hard to coast in on let's say +3, as you say. Where should we turn next? Let's go to...
I'm studying the positions. The only one with queens that I can see, Anton, they have queens as well, but not a lot of other stuff, is Eric Hansen, popular chess streamer, Mr. Chessbra himself, who's been doing amazingly well in these events, giving hope to all us inactive people. And he's facing Mamedyarov. What is happening? He's 2 pawns down. He has some jumps
I think these events actually suit Eric very well because, you know, over the past couple of years or even longer, Eric has played so much online chess. And even though you could say, well, of course, this is a massive leap in standard, he's a very decent player. And I think, you know, there is a very different technique to playing online chess. So it doesn't surprise me that he's actually had pretty good results so far.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
Like, obviously he's a strong player, but if you're thrown in with the very best, that he can just hold his own, like we've seen many people who are also strong players, solid 2600, just get killed in this field. So it's special that he can do this. But it could be right because maybe it's not such a leap for him because he's played against the best in Blitz online.
Yeah,
quite a bit. But yeah, it's still impressive to me.
Okay, so at the moment, well, let's just I need to count here.
Yeah, he's 2 pawns down according to my
pawns
count.
down. Yeah, that's.
Now we should look for some trickery. E5 or knight d5. But does anything work? E5, we're hoping for some bishop h7. I was wondering after DE if this pin does anything. But I'm not sure it really does. The queen is to go somewhere. Then even if black loses the exchange, there's so many pawns already. Plus, I'm not sure how big a threat there really is if the rook just goes back.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, so let's hang back with e5 for a moment. Ooh, Eric is down to, he's under a minute at the moment. Okay,
he's played e5. Yeah,
oh my god. Okay, this is getting serious now. Under a minute, and Shaq has over 3 minutes.
He's played my suggestion. He's a great player after all. E5 followed by queen e3.
3 pawns. 3 pawns.
This is a bit of a threat. This could be a threat, but yeah, I thought just rook b8 connecting the rooks so the bishop can potentially move.
It looks.
See what he will.
It looks, yeah, it looks like a punt. It looks like a punt rather than anything very scientific.
Mr. Mamedyarov. Have you heard that Mamedyarov is an excellent bowler? That's the only fun fact I know about Mamedyarov.
Do you mean 10-pin bowling, or do you mean Peter Svidler type bowling?
What's Peter Svidler type bowling?
Cricket.
Ah, no, I meant 10-pin bowling.
10-pin bowling. Okay, really? Ah.
King h8.
I can imagine he has a good right arm.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
At all. King h8, he's saying, please don't check me. Sidestepping this discover check. It's a slow move, though. He doesn't mind the pin or anything.
Yeah, well, I guess he wants to keep that active rook on b2. So, yeah, looking to generate some exchanges at some point. But, yeah, oh, queen a3. Oh, is that a massive trick? Queen a3 and queen f8. Oh, is that so slimy? My word.
Rook c2. You gotta clear the square for the king. The bad news for Eric might be that he's still worse because black has all these pawns.
That's a lot of pawns now.
And now if takes bishop c6, all of a sudden the black pieces start working. The check doesn't seem to do that much. I wonder
whether Shaq played this very, very quickly. I wonder whether this was an intentional little he intended falling for, I don't know. If I need to see their faces. Let me look on the broadcast. I can't quite see. I'm not seeing it at all. But anyway, I can't see the players. Oh,
I can see him. Shaq, he looks focused. Well, Eric, he looks much younger than last time. Either he's had a good night's sleep or it's that Zoom filter.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Shaq. Oh, now I've got it. Now I can see Shaq. Shaq looks like he had a good night to me. I mean, as in a kind of an adventurous night. It's looking a little bit messed up there.
I wouldn't know. I think he has a 2-year-old son. Probably every night is adventurous.
It might be that kind of a night. Yeah. Okay.
But Eric really looks 10 years younger. Is it the background? What's the secret, Eric?
I don't know. Skincare, maybe.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, he's
Barely recognizable.
no, yeah, I would agree. He's looking in good state. And Shaq, whoa, dearie me. Yeah.
So takes, if I go here, what does white do? Because check and 97 looks tempting, but I'll take a rook with check, which should be worth something.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, but
Queen F4, this will be mate, I guess.
yeah, that doesn't look very good, does it?
Nope.
Like, was it possible? Sorry, just going back instead of 97. So Queen F8, King H7. Come on, take on F7. Yeah, I was just wondering this. Or are we getting pinned to high heaven?
No, it's not F6 work. Just for
Well, it's check.
I
Yeah.
spotted that.
Yes, and you spotted a check on D1.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems to be okay.
Yeah, none of the check business happened. He went rook CD2, King H7. Mamadiyarov once again saying, "Please do not check me, sir."
Still looks nice for black.
Yeah, if anybody's better, it has to be black. No, knight F6 doesn't work because of takes, and G2 is hanging. So he plays Queen C3, trying to stabilize.
Bit of breaking news, Jan. We have Ding against Jordan. Ding,
Ooh, checkmate.
Well, we were thinking White's king looked in a bad place, but actually, in the end, Ding is deadly.
DD. King H4, Bishop A7. Whoa, what's going on? Bishop G3, Rook G3.
G8, Rook G8.
And
okay, this is incredible.
something went very, very wrong. I
Wow.
don't need that rook. Beautiful.
And if in this position, if Rook F8, you can play Rook.
The show-off move is this one, right? Yeah.
Oh, this is fantastic. Rook C8 is beautiful.
Yeah. This is the more pragmatic solution, but
There is.
C8 is nicer.
It's mechanical. Rook C8. Okay, and just let's show the final positions. Yeah, Bishop C5.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jordan spotted the mate. He just decided to allow it.
Wow. So Dick's coming good. I mean, that's really impressive, actually.
It's the thing with these guys, even if their position looks horrible, Ding calculates so well that to finish him off in hand-to-hand combat there. I'm not sure how bad it was, but it's still incredibly difficult.
Yeah. Let's go back to Eric against Shaq, because still a tricky position, and now both players under half a minute. Just to repeat, they do get 10 seconds added per move. However, that disappears pretty quickly. So we're now down to the wire. We are playing virtually on the increment now.
It looks like C4 might be falling out. He does cover it. The white has somewhat stabilized at least. No, the black pieces still aren't doing any damage. Queen C3 hitting this one. Feels like Eric is back in business.
Yeah, absolutely. This is now very tricky. Queen maybe. Oh, he took. I'm a little bit surprised, but I thought he was going to go Queen E4 actually instead of all this. I don't know if that was legal. Is that? Oh no, sorry, Knight F6. I do beg your pardon. That's my first Queen blunder of the tournament. I'm proud of that. Yeah, Queen E4. So all right, then taking his.
Maybe he wanted the same thing, and then he decided it's too risky to keep this knight alive.
Yeah,
for the jumps. But the white heavy pieces are so active now. It's very hard to believe. I don't think black can be better. I'm even wondering if he could be worse if we get some Queen F3, Rook D7 in whatever order. Let's say Rook D7. Oh no, he started. What do you do? He started with Queen F3, King G7, Rook D7.
Ooh.
Can't go here because that drops the knight, so he's got to go knight E7. Is there a way to increase the pressure? Queen B7. Maybe black is barely hanging in there, but yeah, queen b7 played. Maybe there's some perpetual. I don't know. Queen f6. Oh no, that's not a perpetual, is it? Takes, check, check, and we have g3 actually to go back.
Ooh.
So he goes knight f5. He goes on the counter attack, arguing there's no checkmate, and now he does have a perpetual. Ah, that's well played. Yeah, should be.
Okay, that's very neat. That's very neat. So it looks like it's going to end in a draw. That's just for one moment. White's pieces have been cut from the other side of the board. Yeah, very nice. But actually looks like very well played from Eric to hold this one actually.
Rook d7, threatening checkmate. So this perpetual has to happen. Looks like the 3-point rule still producing draws.
Yeah. Well, in fact, all the games have now concluded. Let me just give a little rundown. So we have Tari against Carlsen, draw. Grandelius Giri, draw. Pragnananda against Wei Yi, draw. Hari Krishna Vidit, draw. Garwin Jones with white was defeated by Sam Shankland. David Anton defeated Abhimanyu Mishra. Ding, as we saw, defeated Jon van Foreest. And the final game to finish was Eric Hansen drawing against Shahriar Mamedyarov. So we got through the first round with a couple of technical hitches.
Early, but we made it.
We've just about made it at the end. But early days, round one. I don't know if we've got 10 minutes. I think the next game starts on the hour. Do we take a quick break or do we continue? I'm never quite sure, Jan. What's the policy?
We take breaks. This is the GM show, which means we're allowed to be lazy and take breaks. We'll be back at the full hour at 7 p.m. where Magnus faces Mamedyarov, Mishra against Ding, Shankland Anton, Jordan Eric. Hard to decide. Wei Yi, Hari Krishna. Chat, what do you want to see? 1 for always Magnus, 2 for always Giri, 3 for change every time. What do we do? Probably will be Magnus. See you in a couple of minutes.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, looky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me. That guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, all right? Jesus Christ.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back. Round 2 of the Chessable Masters. And, well, things are looking really interesting. Nice first round. We had 3 decisive games. So Ding, Anton, and Shankland share the lead at very early days. Of course, it's 16 players. It's a 15 rounds round robin tournament in this preliminary stage, and the top 8 will go through, and we're going to have 4 rounds on this first day. First prize in this Chessable Masters, $25,000, if I'm not mistaken. That's a pretty good rate of pay for a week's work. Not bad at all.
Yeah, they also get 750 per win, so you can make some money.
Yeah. So, well, we've got Carlsen against Mamedyarov in this round 2. That's obviously the big one. But we've had a call from the chat to kind of just move around a little bit and just check out what's interesting on the board.
Let me tell you which one I want to see.
Go on.
I want to see our boy Anish against Pragnananda. Pragnananda almost won the last tournament. He was leading it, then he was neck to neck. Do you say neck to neck? Head to head? Something with Magnus going into the last round. They both lost, and Duda actually ended up winning it. But it does seem
neck and neck.
Neck and neck. That's
neck and neck. Yeah. Yeah, well, listen, let's go with Anish against Prag. And Prag, golly, he's such a sharp guy. You know, sees tactics very, very quickly, very hard to handle. It just makes me think of that last round in Reykjavik, where he was playing his compatriot Gukesh, and suddenly Gukesh, 2 pawns up, looked like he was controlling the position, and suddenly got hit with a huge tactic by Prag. So yeah, very sharp. Bishop b4. I kind of like Bishop b4. If you're going to try and shake things up, Bishop b4 can be a lot of fun. Have you ever?
It always looked weird to me because I like Bishop so much, and after 95, the main move is Bishop e7. But when you start studying it, it actually holds up decently for Black. And Anish plays sort of a sideline Queen c2 here, which is one of the favorites of the computer as well, though. So
okay,
not exactly a surprise. Knight f6, knight f3, takes, queen takes. The position looks almost like a Nimzo Indian, but it's still a bit different. The Nimzo, you get these types of things. Bishop b4, whatever, queen c2, castles. a3 takes. And sometimes Black goes for d6, e5, losing a tempo. Then again, here he did take on c3 without waiting for a3. So I'm not sure how the tempo count plays out. Of course, White is not obliged to play d4. Goes b4 instead.
In fact, there's another line of the English which feels like it is very similar, and it feels like Black is a tempo ahead because Black has got in e5 in one move. But yeah, it's a fairly standard position. So I think already, I would say, you know, Prag can be reasonably happy with the outcome of the opening. Actually,
really, I just like bishops.
You like your bishops, okay?
Yeah,
fair enough.
E4, he's forcing the issue.
Yeah, absolutely. E4 is, I mean,
Knight g5.
I have to say, I would somewhat question E4.
Knight g5, knight h3 at tempo. Anish seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, but E4 looks weird to me from Prag.
It looks a bit strange strategically, but if you allow White to go bishop b2, e3 or g3, get the piece out, and then play d4 whenever he feels like, I like this kind of stuff for White. As I said, I do like my bishop. So e4, maybe after knight d4, there's something direct, some c5. Feels logical. But of course, long term, it does open this diagonal. So it's risky strategically.
Unbelievably risky. And very interesting. Prag has taken on h3. And, well, Anish is having a little think here. It's very tempting to take with that pawn and play rook g1. And he's played it. Very nice. And, well, when you have the bishop and the queen already with this battery on the long diagonal, in combination with a rook on g1, well, then I like those bishops very much, and that looks like Apologies, we're back again, hopefully. Yeah, we were just discussing this position, Giri against Pragnananda. And with this very interesting move, G takes H3. So voluntarily damaging the pawns, but opening up the G file. And well, that's given Pragnananda pause for thought in this position. I have to say, I would be feeling very uncomfortable with black here, Jan.
Yeah, I know where the black king is supposed to go. Like, you don't want to castle into this. Rook G1 castles looks insanely risky.
Yeah.
So how do you meet Rook G1? Probably it's not as bad as it looks, but I'd be incredibly scared as well.
Yeah.
I do scare easily, though. I don't think Pragnananda does. He always seems cool, calm, and collected.
You're part of the Chicken Chess Club.
Very true.
Yeah. How is the podcast going? Are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it. I'm not sure listeners are, but it's nice to catch up with the guys, with Laurent and Peter Heine, talk some nonsense, get Peter Heine to give his weekly takes on FIDE politics and everything that's wrong in the chess world, according to Peter Heine. So I do tremendously enjoy it. But
I have to say, I've listened to one so far, and I enjoyed it very much. I would recommend it. I need to catch up on the latest one, but I enjoyed it very much actually. And yeah, I enjoy it with Peter Heine. Yeah, going off on one. It's good fun. And then I have to sort of tune into Laurent's English. Sometimes it's
we're trying to limit his speaking time until he fixes the accent.
Fair enough. But you know, that's all a very interesting mix. So no, it's great. It's absolutely great, and it's weekly. Yeah.
Every Wednesday. No, frankly, like I spend so much time with these guys, but we only ever spend time in, at least the three of us, in the context of a training camp or a world championship match. So it's nice to talk when there's no particular work stress happening.
Yeah.
Because Peter does have enough hot takes that he could fill it for hours. So
and just for everyone listening, it's the actual title it's the Chicken Chess Club or Chicken Chess Podcast. Give us the actual title.
The Chicken Chess Club. Yeah. We have big ambitions to unite all the chickens. It's everywhere you can find podcasts. That's what people say. Actually, I don't know where you can find podcasts. I'm on Spotify, but I'm sure there are many other.
Yeah,
places.
that's where I pick it up, on Spotify. Actually, that's my main source.
Rook G8.
I guess he's heading to the queen side with his king.
Makes sense. You can't castle into this. But it's not a pleasant move to make, not to put the rook there to defend this measly pawn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where does white go, though? Does white want to castle queenside as well and put the king on A1?
As you point out, it's going to A1, isn't it? In classic Alpha Zero style. It's going to... It's hard to see how white's king can be attacked when it's on A1 with bishop and queen in front of it somehow. I'm assuming that black is castling queenside.
He's done it.
Yeah.
I was wondering what happens after A5, but no.
Too late.
Not happening.
So I assume that Anish is going to just shuffle with his king very quickly before actually thinking what to do next. But
yeah, somebody has to decide. Do you try to open the other long diagonal as well and get a second battery? Or I guess he puts the bishop on G2 and then tries D3 or F3.
Yeah, it's an intriguing position, actually. It's not so clear.
Nope.
Yeah,
interesting stuff.
I would guess bishop G2 and so on. Okay, well, listen, we'll keep an eye on that one, but let's just move around a little bit. Let's have a little look at some of the other boards. We haven't. Where should we go next? How about?
I'll give you some options. Here's your boy Gawain Jones.
Oh,
the Englishman. He's standing up for his beloved King's Indian. I think he probably has a new course out, or at least he has courses and books on the King's Indian. He's one of the few defenders left.
No, I should mention, of course, Gawain has his Chessable course on the King's Indian, which I'm sure, as this is the Chessable Masters, just to remind everyone, I'm sure will be on sale during the event. And yeah, Gawain is, he's a believer. He's a believer in the King's Indian, and that's what we've got on the board. Dreadful opening, frankly, but Gawain.
It is pretty horrible, but it's also not much fun to play against. So I have this love-hate relationship. I started playing the King's Indian where I was like 11, and at 12 I felt I had matured enough not to suffer there with all this space disadvantage. But whenever they do it, I'm still worried they'll checkmate me. Anyway, Chicken Chess Club.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's can't play it, don't want to play against it type of situation.
Can't live with it, can't live without it. I know
I could live without it.
I could live without it. Yeah, no, I always felt comfortable on the white side. But I actually, playing with white, I never like to commit my king. That's, I mean, again, I would be.
Yeah, I've also played a lot of bishop e3 or whatever, just not.
Yeah,
not castling it.
I always like playing h3 and trying to attack my opponent or squeeze them, but not committing my king. However, having said that, I do like the bayonet. I think 9b4 is kind of interesting.
It's also more logical, no? They started playing for decades, really. All these complex moves like 91 or 92. When you want to go b4, c5, just start with b4.
Exactly, and that always appealed to me, actually. Always felt like a lot of fun for white. So let's rattle on. Let's see where we've got to.
a5, that's of course the one drawback of b4, that white is not ready to keep his pawn chain intact with a3. So here you decide between takes and bishop a3. Takes recently has become more mainstream. And now you argue, okay, my pawn structure is a bit broken, but we're playing on the side. You didn't want to play on as black, because with black, of course, you want to play on the king side. Here you lose some time, but it's all theory, I'm sure. Rook a8 directly, I don't know, but once again, not an expert. I've seen people play b6 or knight e8 or any move here. Vidit goes c5 without delay, gives a pawn. Looks dangerous.
But I mean, that's why I actually really like the bayonet, because we're embroiling black in this struggle on the queen side and in the center before black has a chance to kind of roll up the old F and G pawns and get going on the king side. So for that reason, I've always thought it's a very, very logical way for white to play, to use that space advantage. So yeah, if I'm a betting man, if I were a betting man, I would put my money on white in this position. I like it a lot.
Heavy nodding from Vidit there as well. Let's jump ahead to the current situation. But yeah, he's given a pawn, but he has all the action going for him. Doesn't really feel like white is a pawn down. He has all this attack.
Not at all. Not at all.
Takes. Still a pawn down.
But I'm looking at the clock times, and as I said, Gawain knows his stuff, and it looks like, I would guess, he's still in his preparation. Although why one would want to end up in this position intentionally is another matter, because that looks like a wonderful pass d pawn and the pawn on b6.
That's the strange thing about King's Indian players. They actually spend time studying this stuff, and then they still do it. Like, it's very confusing. But yeah, for Gawain, of course, it's a risky strategy as well. He published his course on Chessable on the King's Indian, and then he tweeted, let's see how many King's Indian I can get, while having all his preparation out there, which is risky against guys like Vidit. He's a very diligent worker. He might just have checked Gawain's course and said, you know what, this line I'm happy to play with white.
That's interesting. It's like the prize fighter, in a Western, walking into the saloon bar and just kind of going, oh, all right, come on.
Who wants any?
Who wants some? Which is great, and actually Gawain's results with the King's Indian, fair play, have been pretty good, actually. He often comes out very well from it. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be rushing to play this position with black.
Nah, how does white make progress, though? I like 98 because this is the knight that should go to d6, also keeping an eye. on the pawn. Like white always has good compensation even without the knights, but I don't see a way to attack anything just yet.
Yeah.
Rook a6, knight ed6.
Yeah, and if those knights, if all the knights are exchanged on d6, then the rook will come over to b8, and suddenly all those pawns, queenside pawns, look pretty nice. So
Feed it. Show us the plan.
Yeah, what is it? And as I said, looking at the clock times, it looks like Gawain is still actually, I don't know about exactly in his prep, but okay. So
Rook a8, that's a nice move, stopping knight d6 for now, or at least making sure the other knight can't recapture there.
Okay, well, let's make an obvious move, queen d7.
Now I can attack this guy. No, I'm not sure how. Queen b2 maybe.
Yeah, well, I was hoping that I could play knight d6 and trade.
I'm a simpleton. I just want to take.
You just want to take it. Yeah. Yeah.
Not sure. You could still go knight d6, I guess. Then take with the queen. I'm not sure if there's anything direct happening, but it looks
it's the wrong
verge of collapsing. He's played queen d7, so we'll find out. Maybe he wants queen b2, queen b7. Try to hang on to that pawn for now.
Okay, interesting. Let's have a little look around. What else have we got going?
Magnus has bishops as well against Mamedyarov.
Oh, yeah, there are some similarities, of course. Yeah, beautiful dark square bishop.
Yeah, looks pretty. G4, queen d4. Try to make something happen. What else is there?
Shankland Anton. That's interesting. So Sam Mann with a win in the first round. In fact, both Sam and David Anton won in the first round. Ooh. It looks like when things go wrong for a Leningrad Dutch, oh boy, they can go really badly wrong.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
After all this time hating on the King's Indian, you could always say, well, it is better than the Leningrad.
Yeah, it is better than the Leningrad. Absolutely. Yeah.
B3, one of the main moves here. Knight a6, bishop b2, knight c7. And yeah, the appeal of the Leningrad is you think, I'll get e5, and then I already have my pawn on f5, so I don't need, like in the King's Indian, move the knight. But the problem is it's not so easy to get e5, and even if you do, white is not obliged to close the center with d5. And very often, as here, white will actually be first to do something in the center. And then there's long-term weakening of the king by f5. More often than not, is just a problem for black. I've given Anton this speech many times. He obviously has a different opinion, but maybe Sam will teach him.
And how was his reaction?
He says, yeah, but I win some games because I'm so tricky.
Okay.
Which he probably does.
Yeah.
Looks horrible, his position, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
King is weak, knight e6 is there. We could even take a pawn if we wanted to, or attack this pawn. Can't decide, too many options. Rook c1 looks like a good start somehow.
Looks like a lovely start. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Mr. Shankland. He's talked a bit about his struggles in rapid chess relative to classical chess, but he's played quite a bit of rapid chess by now as well. So he's probably improving there. He's been a late bloomer is maybe unfair, but I think he learned or started playing chess at a reasonably late age, was like 2200 when he was 16, which is excellent for most standards, but not for 2700 grandmaster standards. Like most of these guys are like grandmasters at age 16. So Sam shows that you can actually work on chess and improve.
And he's an alumni of the Berkeley Chess School in the Bay Area, in San Francisco Bay, which has an incredible, for years, has had an incredible outreach program in schools. And now they have their own dedicated chess center. It's a fantastic organization, I got to say. I've been out there a couple of times and working in summer camps there, and it's absolutely brilliant. And that's where Sam learned his chess. Okay, what else we got? What else we got?
Queen e8. Sam's still thinking. It's too many games to cover them all. How's Wei Yi doing? What's Wei Yi doing? He's still only 22. It feels like he should be like 38 at this point, but he's not. He reached 2,700 when he was 15, and has not accelerated to become a top 10 player. So he's maybe been a bit forgotten also with the rise of Ding, and to a lesser extent Yu Yang maybe didn't get all the invitations, but he's probably still excellent at chess, no?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I just don't understand, because he was, for a time, he was the man, he was the coming man. But yeah, he hit the buffers at 2,700. Deary me.
There we see him. I haven't seen Wei Yi for a while, actually. But it's also rough to be, I'm not sure, failure is too strong, but it feels like he, or at least in people's perception, he under-delivered on the promise when he was 16. People were comparing his results to Magnus's and so on. And now he's no longer on pace with that. I'm not sure what held him back, obviously.
Yeah.
There was the pandemic and the invitations and so on. Yeah, maybe it's also unfair standards. What is he, like number 17 in the world or something? He's not bad at chess. He looks unhappy, though.
It's very hard to tell, because we maybe don't have such a reliable source of information when he's from China, and when it's curious, isn't it, how it still seems slight, there's a bamboo curtain, it feels a little bit, and we're still not quite sure about how things work in the Chinese chess scene, actually, because players do appear seemingly from nowhere, and then some don't get tournament invitations, some do. I mean, maybe you have better sources than me, but it still feels slightly mysterious. And then you get some players that, I mean, like a lot of women players who excel, and then they disappear. You don't see very much from them.
My sources, first of all, they tell me that Wei Yi enjoys his video games. He does like playing PlayStation. Well, Ding never plays, spends every 3 minutes on chess analysis. So get rid of that PlayStation, Wei Yi. Seriously speaking, though, I don't have a lot of sources, and I'm not sure the barrier. Also, a lot of it is the language barrier. Like I was in China a while ago. By a while ago, I mean 2009, and with Leiko at this Nanjing tournament, and we were given very, very friendly and helpful translators, and they were university students who studied English. But frankly, it was very hard to talk to them. I think it's picked up since, but maybe it's also just the language. You don't get that much info. And for the Chinese players, I think Ding is at a very decent English level now, where Yi can also sort of give interviews, so they probably also learned along the road. I think that was a big source of it. Then for the system, mainly, I'm not exactly sure how it works either, but it feels like a lot of people, once they feel they're not world championship caliber or world champion candidates anymore, that then they become trainers once they've reached a certain age and barely play anymore. Like Wang Yue, I don't think he's played.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example. Mr. Blocker on board one. I mean, wow, what a talent.
Yeah, and in when was this? Like 10 years ago, he had the streak of not losing, I don't know, 80 games in a row, which was, people were talking about his historic record. And then they just disappear. Wang Yue, Nihua and so on. We don't see them play much, but I think they're just coaching.
Yeah, that's interesting. Speaking of the language barrier, I had a little holiday in China a few years ago, and I was in this provincial town and walking around, got completely lost, and so I tapped someone. I found someone that looked like a student. I thought, okay, best chance for them speaking some English, and they did speak some English, and they said, oh, come with me, I'll show you the way back to the hotel. And I said, what are you studying? And he said, Merry Christmas. I said, no, sorry, maybe you've got it wrong. He said, oh no, not Merry Christmas, marine chemistry.
Same thing.
Same thing. But it just shows, if we're trying to speak some Chinese, you get the stress wrong, it comes out pretty badly.
Yeah, it's so different. Pawn to c6. How's Wei Yi doing after all this speculation? Good to see him in action. He's better, I guess.
I suppose so.
So a6 pawn is a weakness, and a5 there's always b5, so it seems like it's permanent. Question is how white improves his position. That does look very pleasant. Just g4.
Oh, that's nice.
I don't know. I guess it makes sense to take this square.
Squeeze on the other side. I like it.
Yeah, I'd be worried that it's weakening this square, and some knight g6, f5 could maybe help black.
Well, I wonder if he's actually thinking about f4 here.
Could be.
Yeah.
If the pawn gets here,
yeah,
black squares will really be.
Yeah. It looks like fun for white.
Yeah, h6 I didn't like. I think he should have gone knight g6 to stop f4 and prepare f5.
Right.
Hare Krishna, the Indian star. He doesn't live in India, does he? I think he's in Prague.
He's in Prague. Yeah, he's in Prague. Yeah. Listen, Jan, I mean, this is brewing nicely, this endgame, but can we go back to Giri against Pragnananda? Because, I mean, this is really exploding, actually.
Always.
This is...
Whoa. Is Anish going to get checkmated? This looks scary.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And Prague, such a dangerous man. Can we just backtrack to move 12 when both sides cast the queen side? Because Giri did shuffle the king all the way to a1, and I was saying, well, how do you attack that king? Well, Prague seems to have supplied the answer because he's somehow managed to break things open.
After c5, b takes c5 is a brazen decision. No, like my instinct at least would be to close things here. Knight takes, because now this knight gets very jumpy. d5 is there. Might be good. Maybe he's just saying, you know what, I'll be the one giving checkmate on the queen side eventually.
Well, Anisha's played in that sense, in the kind of principled way to open the position with the bishops, but yeah, it's pretty scary.
That's okay. It's maybe not a debate for now, but this opening the position with the bishops, I've always been confused about, because it feels like whenever you open it, the knights get jumpy. Well, if you keep the position stable and closed and avoid the knights having any outposts, the bishops will tell eventually, and you can open later after consolidating. So I always thought this was very double-edged, this general advice that you should open the position with the two bishops, because usually you get the two bishops at a price of either some pawn weaknesses or some tempi. And yeah, I've always struggled with it. I love my bishops, but I still want to keep it close. That's my approach.
I hear you. But let's just rattle on. Bishop c1, queen f6. Suddenly, white's king is feeling the heat here, and rook c6 played. Yeah.
Not sure if there's a threat, but knight c4 and then rook b6, rook c8.
Oh,
feels very, very scary.
Yeah, really scary. I mean, okay, once you double on the c file, then, well, an exchange sack looks very tempting.
c5 takes, is this. Bishop d3. I guess the other rook comes.
Does he just want to play shuffle across with rook c1 or something like that, just to protect the c4 pawn?
Also, as it's not my pieces, what happens if we take? This doesn't work. Yeah, queen a4, rook b6, and the king goes back to a1. Yeah,
I suppose so. I can't quite see a good follow-up.
no, that feels close, but
Yeah.
no. Knight b2 doesn't win enough material.
Okay, but we'll bear that one in mind.
Yeah, nothing particularly wrong with rook gc8 as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Guess.
Okay, just
Guess
rook
you have to
c1.
go here.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe there's no follow-up.
Yeah.
Rook gc8 played.
Clock times.
Are we flickering once again? Looks like there's some flickering.
3 minutes for Prague and Geary 5 minutes. So clock times. We got a little bit of flickering.
Yeah, rook c1 play. Sure.
Okay, we're back, and well, we don't have any huge change in the position. Geary Pragnananda, g6 played. Yeah, it did indeed play rook c1 by Geary, just protecting c4, and g6 from Prague, which basically is just a holding move.
It shows there was no direct way to improve his position. He has all these attackers, but it seems like White has just enough defenders in place to keep it together. And if White is stabilizing, he'll also be better eventually. No, maybe we haven't given Anish enough credit, because if there's no breakthrough, then the bishops will tell. I don't know how rook c2, rook c1, and one day c5 or d5 will probably win some material.
Yeah.
So
yeah, rooks. I like the plan. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Works.
Yeah, rook c2 and rook c1. I mean, rook c2 is a nice move. I mean, it just feels chunky.
Yeah. This rook doesn't have much to do there, so might as well bring it here. And then, yeah, something might happen.
So Prague needs to think things through, actually, because yeah, g6 was he's played rook c2. Yeah, in the words of Korchnoi, he was dismissive of such moves. He said this is half move.
Which one, g6 or rook c2 or both?
G6.
Yeah.
Where there's no, it's stable, but there's no real intent behind it. Well,
maybe there's just no full move here.
Yeah, maybe. But this was always his disparaging term for such moves. Half move.
I played him once and he didn't insult me after the game. That was very hurtful, because that was his way to show respect, right? Well, he was just nice to me and we analyzed the game, which just meant to me, he doesn't think I'm a chess player, which is fair enough.
What was the result of the game?
Draw.
Okay. No, he showed you respect. That's nice. I played him 4 times, 4 decisive results.
Wow.
And well, when he beat me, he was very charming.
Aren't we all?
Yes. Unfortunately, on the occasions when I beat him, well, we didn't have a post-mortem, let's put it like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So it's 2-2?
It was 2-2, yeah. No, I'm proud of that, let's say, and I enjoyed the games.
Looks like Anish is just much better here. Let me ask the computer. +1 something. So not winning yet, but yeah, it says White is better.
Okay, so I can see the computer suggestion there. And well, if it's top move for black here is rook d8.
Doesn't look right, does it?
No, that suggests to me that things are not well with black's position.
Yeah. No, the line you want to play is the second line he gives. But I didn't see how it works here. And it's played knight c4, queen a4, knight e3,
on the board.
fe.
Wow.
Or knight c4, queen a4 is played. And I assume the idea is to take here and go queen f2. But it's a piece. Rook d1.
It is a piece, but
oh no, he's gone rook a6.
Ooh. Jan, could you turn off the engine, because it's
yeah, it's distracting. I just want to see.
Sure, no. It's interesting, but yeah, my eye will always turn to the engine, which is not good.
My eye has already spotted what it says here, although that's not hard to find. Anish will do this. You just take, and then we have two bishops. Oh no, he doesn't. He does it the other way. That same idea.
Yes.
Why not take on a6 though?
I don't know. I mean, it looks
open up the king. Yeah,
but it looks very pragmatic for white anyway. Well, I mean, it should just be better for white. Rook and two bishops against the queen. But the white king a little bit open. But I still think it was a good decision from Prag, actually, because the alternatives just look so passive.
Yeah. No, I'm still puzzled, once again, hypnotized by the computer, but also makes a lot of sense. No, just play like this, get rid of this attacker, which could check you.
Right.
So that looked much cleaner. While now, I guess it's better for white, but at least black has an active rook to bother us.
Hey, I'm just looking around and I can see Gawain survived. He got his draw.
Even the final position looks bad, but
well, can we have a very quick, speedy recap of how we got there?
So queen d7, Vidit just played a slow move here, but that allows black to get his pieces out, give the pawn back, and create enough counterplay.
Interesting. I mean, it did look like he was still in prep, and maybe basically he just knew the computer thinks it's okay for black, and that was borne out by the result of the game and the course of the game. Interesting. Where ye defeated Hari Krishna?
That looked very likely, especially after this h6 move that we saw, f4, and yeah, it's already gone downhill. Just overwhelming control for white. Black pieces aren't going anywhere, and he's still a pretty nasty tactician, so he just finishes the job here with e6, c6, winning a piece.
Okay, actually, it's a beautiful strategic game. Really nice. Yeah, excellent game. Let's go to. We got some action in Abhimanyu against Ding. It's hard.
What is this
game? What is going on here? What's the king doing on d8?
So pawns are equal.
How did I get here? Gee.
How did they get here? So some random Caro-Kann position. And he did castle long, but then the king went towards the center anyway. You don't see often, like king b8 is an obvious choice.
Wow.
Sure has his reasons.
And they're both under a minute here. Well, if Abhimanyu wins this one, that is a big upset. Let's see. 30 seconds. He's under 30 seconds here.
Rook h of 8, mysterious move, probably preparing to capture with a bishop here. Bishop c2. These pawns look hard to stop, don't they?
Isn't this just good for white? I mean,
I think so. Like f5 is just coming.
The pawns look good, and white's king looks pretty safe. Black's king looks odd. I'd rather put it on a7.
Just looks lost, frankly. Just f5 and queen somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, let's just hang around with this board, because they're getting down to the wire with the clock times. Ding playing basically on the increment now.
Yeah, he's trying to at least soften the white back rank somewhat to have queen g1 check. But first of all, I'm not sure how big an achievement that is. Secondly, does white have to do that? But yeah, I guess you take. No need to mess around with, I don't know, rook f1, rook e3.
Nah, just exchange. Keep it simple.
And yeah, he did take. Oh, Bishop takes. Now with f5. Is there some counterplay or not?
But instead of f5, has he played f5?
Takes. No, he took on g6.
Oh, then he wants to play f5. Okay.
But then even if we lose a piece, I'm not sure how much this is. Like f5, queen g1. White goes knight f1. Knight is, I don't know, knight f1, queen g5 is check. What does he want?
King c2.
King c2. Yeah. Here I thought worst case scenario, take this guy. I'm not sure white wins this.
Really?
With the h pawn.
Okay.
Ding doesn't want any part of the piece sacrifice. Goes bishop e8.
And queen f4, that's on the board. Yeah, queen f4 on the board.
Logical, yeah.
I have to say, I think giving up the piece seemed
feels like a better practical chance at least. And I really think with the h pawn and the open white king might just be okay.
Well, maybe. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think Abimanyu, this is a, exchanging on g6 looked like a very practical way to play. But this, well, now we see why the king is on d8. At least it can try to stop those pawns.
But knight f1, yeah, knight f1 looks nice. Although no computer, apparently I can only see this live engine bar, but I saw it go down after knight f1. Pure, not a big fan. It looked nice stopping the pawn and preparing knight g3.
Does the king reach e5? Is this the problem?
So king d3, king d6. That'd be bad news, yeah. Because the pawns apparently they aren't queening. The bishops will always be there to stop them. What was there instead of knight f1? Are we smart enough to figure this out? Probably it's just king d3.
Yeah.
This pawn isn't going anywhere, and white is in time to.
Yeah, king f4.
To go here exactly.
Yeah, that looks like the one.
So instead they have this 93. And we're flickering again. Apologies for this. I have no clue where it's coming from, but yeah, sorry. Are we still on the air? Okay.
Okay, here we go. So g6, g3 on the board. Okay, eyes down. Here we go. And Abimanyu playing on the increment, basically.
King e2. Can you go king e4 or king f4? Or yeah. Pawns aren't queening, are they?
Why not? Yeah. Tricky.
Ding's gonna win this one.
You think so?
Yeah.
Huh.
3. b5 you take.
Is white's running out of moves? Maybe we play b6.
Yeah, it could be. Zugzwang looming.
Yeah, kind of. b6 on the board, and under 10 seconds for Abimanyu. This is very difficult for white now. b4 played.
How does this go if we take and d4?
Yeah, or d4 straight away.
Also, yeah.
Not sure which.
d4, I thought knight g2 check and white might survive somehow, but I have no clue.
d4 played.
g7, Zwischenzug, but gives his bishop some breathing space as well.
I didn't mention earlier when you mentioned in between move. I always feel in between move is such an ugly expression in English. So I'd much rather use intermezzo. It flows.
Yeah. In between move, nobody says no. Intermediate move, like that's one. That one's not so bad.
No, in between move. That's what's said.
Really. Whoa!
Yeah, really.
I've never even heard that. It sounds so wrong.
Oh no, absolutely. But that's what people say.
No, bishop c4 and g2 in some order.
Ooh,
and
this is on the board. It's game over. Yep. It's game over. He got done short of time.
It's even checkmate.
That's the end of that. Ooh. So Ding seemed, well, that was an incredible save, actually. Well, not just a save. Snatched it from the jaws of defeat. Incredible. Fair play. Yeah.
He's just such a fast calculator, even in a bad position. If someone spots the tactics so quickly, there's always gonna be hope. Yeah.
Quick
Rough.
recap on Giri against Pragnananda.
Gary won. Oh, checkmate.
Oh, that's a nice.
G4, stopping bishop f4, apparently, but not really.
Okay, and that was the end of that. Okay, let's go to Magnus. He still seems to be playing.
No, he's done. There's only kings left.
Only kings left. That's
2 draws for the world champion to start. 2 losses for Jordan. Eric Hansen keeps rolling.
We've got 1 game still going. Tari against Grandelius. That's still going. Yeah,
Barely. It's gonna take. Not sure how you do this. King G3 should be a draw.
Yeah.
Probably other moves should be a draw as well. But I guess just take no King H5, King H3, and we probably pick up this pawn.
Yeah, King H3 could be very tidy. Yeah, looks like.
Yeah. Niels, thinking about it. Niels Grandelius, Swedish #1. He does sleep a lot. It's true.
Good. That's a superpower if you can sleep a lot.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I think Magnus, he also likes to get like 10 hours of sleep.
Wow.
Which I can't do it. I'd like to, but I wake up after 7 hours. I'm still tired, but I just can't keep sleeping.
7 hours. I'll tell you what, that sounds good to me.
On a good day, yeah. I have little kids, so if they
7 hours
decide,
is very impressive.
no, I'm saying that's like the maximum.
Right.
Maximum we can reach.
Yeah. Well done. Oh, that's still good going.
Niels, he does have a very steady routine. He goes to sleep at 10, wakes up at 9, makes himself a nice coffee, works on some chess, buys groceries, cooks with his girlfriend, plays some chess, makes himself some more coffee, eats dinner, goes to sleep, rinse and repeat. He enjoys it.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'm not sure if all these things are true, but in my mind they are.
Okay, so that's game over.
Yep.
And after 2 rounds, there are only 2 players with 100%. We have David Anton with 2, and we have Ding Liren with 2. So there we are. And looking further down, we have Anish on 1.5, Wei Yi 1.5, Eric Hansen on 1.5. Excellent stuff. And the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, yet to register his first win. He's had 2 draws. So next game is going to be on the hour. So we're 12 minutes away. Just a quick repeat that this is the Chessable Masters. So that's the main partner of the tournament. And if you look on the Chessable site, you'll notice there are some bargains to be had. Lots of the courses are on sale. So do check that out, including one of yours. How many courses do you have, Jan, on Chessable?
I currently have 1. I'll probably do more, but my course, I don't know if it's on sale or not, but it's always a bargain. It's a complete repertoire against e4. I gave all my precious secrets in the Marshall, in the Italian 3 knight f6. So it's a fantastic course, and all my close family members say so. They can't be wrong. Chessable.com/Jan. What about you? You have more than 1, haven't you?
I have 2 courses which are called How Good Is Your Chess? And then with great originality, How Good Is Your Chess 2?
Oof, but I don't want the answers to these questions. I know it's crap.
Okay, and then the 3rd course is on the Kalashnikov, which actually I really enjoyed studying, and I discovered quite a lot about it actually, and I think it's a very interesting addition to one's repertoire. So the Kalashnikov, and I believe it's currently on sale. So do check that out. People seem to like it, as you say, close family members especially. So we're going to take a short break. We've got 10 minutes to go till round 3 on the hour. So do join us then. Apologies for the flickering, but hopefully that will be resolved fairly soon. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to round 3 of the Chessable Masters, and we've got some action already on the boards. Jan, where do you want to turn to?
I was intrigued by the Ding versus Sam Shankland matchup, but we can keep an eye on everything and switch to wherever it's exciting. Ding swindled his way out of 2 mediocre positions, to put it mildly, but now with the white pieces, what's he gonna do against Sam?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And Ding, as you say, swindled his way out. He's on 6 out of 6. We get 3 points for a win in this preliminary phase of the Chessable Masters. Remember, sponsor is Chessable, and products are on sale on the Chessable site. Do check it out. Lots of excellent stuff to be had there. And I should mention a couple of other partners as well. There's Airthings, who monitor air quality, and the players have their devices. And do check out the NFTs as well, chesschamps.io, and you can see what's on offer there. B3 from Ding.
Yeah, not the main move. Knight c3, d4, g3 are all more popular. Sam's an excellent theoretician, so maybe Ding is just saying, let's play chess. I don't want any theoretical debate in this one.
Definitely, and that's what it's about. It's just being pragmatic. And g6, okay.
Logical. Bishop b2, bishop g7, and we'll see how Ding wants to go. Probably g3 as well. Go for the good old double fianchetto. Yeah, there comes g3.
I always feel with Ding is that he somewhat lulls his opponents into a false sense of security. That, you know, he can play these openings which, you know, feel a bit routine. But as in his game against Van Foreest, in fact, when it comes to putting the boot in at the end, he's absolutely deadly with his attacks.
Yeah, he's an amazing calculator, so don't be fooled if he plays a dry opening. If anything happens, he'll be right there.
Yeah.
This position, I don't even know what they do nowadays. Like back in the days, knight c3, knight a6, d4, d5 was a line, for example. You can also go d4 directly, but we're having the bishop already committed to b2. That's not supposed to be all that much. Black just takes. So it's supposed to be fine after knight c3. You can also play d6 and knight bd7. But when I last studied this in the early 1990s, knight a6 was supposed to be the equalizer here. And then after d4, d5. Let's see how they feel about it. And Ding just goes d4. Doesn't care. CD probably queen takes would be my guess. But I'm not sure. Because knight takes looks like very little. Black exchanges the bishops, goes d5. Yeah, he takes with the queen. If knight e8, queen d2, no damage is done. And if white can stabilize in these structures, he tends to be a little better.
But is black going to go for this setup with d6 and knight d7?
Yeah, that's the main plan. Just d6, knight bd7. Because knight c6 looks tempting, but this one tempo really doesn't do that much, and the knight is slightly misplaced. I'm not sure where the queen goes. It goes to f4 and then knight h5 to d2. But yeah, d6, knight bd7 tends to be a reliable setup. Where the main white plans also, if white...
It's a very strange opening. And in fact, yeah, this idea of playing d5 and knight f6 is something I investigated a few years ago, actually. I've often wondered why players didn't do this instead of taking with the queen, just playing knight f6.
Yeah, it's very logical if you get to recapture. The question is if white can keep the pawn, as Niels is trying to do. Bishop b5 check, knight bd7 and c4. When, yeah, it's a debate if black has enough compensation here. The thing is, it compares very unfavorably to this line, which also exists. f4, d5 takes, and here you do this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But white already has a pawn on f4. Then again, this is not a great line for white, so it's maybe not a fair comparison, but clearly you want to have this pawn on f2 here. And I don't know, I think I also checked this once. I couldn't quite click my way to equality, so I moved on. But Magnus, he has all kinds of half dodgy sidelines that he will play at the right occasion and hopefully get Niels, another very solid theoretician, out of book with it.
But it's funny, you say, I mean, I sounds like I did the same as you. I investigated this as well from Black's viewpoint. And I was just so surprised that this hasn't been tried more often, because it's a little bit tricky. And yeah, it's very hard to make it work completely for Black. However, for a kind of surprise weapon, I think it's actually very, very interesting.
Yeah, the world champion seems to agree with you. I'm not sure. I barely recall some stuff like this, maybe, and you get some end game a pawn down, but Black has bishops, and probably is close to enough compensation. Not sure if it is fully enough. But Niels plays d4, forcing Matters in the center. What is this? You take, I guess, or e6 directly?
Yeah, e6 directly, I guess.
Yeah, assuming the idea is to take. No. Knight e2 is Black in time. Maybe Black can just take. Yeah, Magnus played e6. So let's have Niels figure it out.
Yeah, and well, if only on the basis of the time that's been invested by Niels so far. So then you could count the opening as some kind of success. So Niels is down to under 11 minutes.
And he's played bishop e3. This looks strange. Black can just take on d5 or d4. Probably d5. What's he doing? I don't get it. If I just take the pawn, isn't Black better already?
So you want to take on c5?
Yeah, I just want to take on c4.
Oh, this is actually on the board.
What's happening? Yeah.
It's not possible to somehow pick up this pawn on c4. I don't know. Can we try knight a3? What's that?
Knight a3 on the board. It looks really suspect for white.
I've just seen the eval bar doesn't like knight a3 at all. It seems to rather favor Black at this point.
Oh, it says Black is much better already.
Oh, okay. So we have to work out why. Or does he trade and just go bishop e6? Is this the?
That doesn't look like Black is winning yet. Or is there something direct, some queen c6 move?
Oh, queen c6.
I don't know if it does anything. I'm just looking for ways why Black would be so much better. Queen 6, queen f3, I don't see the point, frankly. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure why the computer thinks it's so big for Black. Are we missing some big move here? Clearly.
Oh! Twitch chat with the assist. Twitch chat says b5.
Ah!
That'd be bad news if it works. Has not been played, but I'm guessing that is the answer. cb6, and now we have c3 or bishop b4 check. A bunch of tempting options.
That could this. C3 is very tempting, you know.
But Magnus hasn't spotted it either.
b5, very nice move, actually. Yeah. Okay, so what's the deal here? Knight c4, you take on e3, you take on c5.
Yeah, Black is a little better, but not winning yet. Still not an opening success for Niels.
No.
And if he hangs on to the pawn, I guess he gives Carlsen another chance to play b5, which might be tempting. Fatally, but
he might spot it the second time around.
Yeah, this time it's probably even stronger. Here, there's the check first, and king has to move. c3, that looks over.
Yeah, the check. Yeah, very nice.
So yeah, the surprise value certainly worked. I don't think d4 was the move, and after e6, bishop e3 is definitely not the move.
Can we go to Gawain Jones against Wei Yi, because it looks like Gawain has allowed some big tactic here. I mean, assuming Rook D4 is happening, this is the problem. Let's
What
go.
is this? First of all, why is everybody playing this C3 Sicilian?
I don't know. I don't know.
Every game seems to be C3 Sicilian, but Gawain, I think, has been a long time fan of it. This is one of the main lines, and DE, very direct. I used to play mainly knight b6 or e6 here. DE and bishop e6.
Interesting. Just to allow the bishop to be exchanged. It reminds me of these lines in the Alekhine, actually, where you can sometimes get away with this. But
it's not just exchanging the bishop, it's also burying the other bishop. If white ever stabilizes here, this bishop never comes out. But Wei Yi seems to know what he's doing. At least he's playing very fast. Relying on some tactics. Queen c5, hinting at knight d4. Queen e4, and knight takes f4. Whoa.
Has Gawain just overlooked this? What's the story?
I'm trying to figure it out. Bishop f4, rook d4 is one idea. Queen f4, I guess, is rook f8. And rook f4 looks like there might be some back rank issues, but you also have rook d4.
And bishop e3, queen e5, I guess.
This could be critical, no? Something like this, queen e5 takes.
e2 is
knight takes, does a check, so bishop takes.
Yeah.
Takes here, knight d2. What is this? Ooh. I guess black is fine, but still.
Three pawns and a rook for two minor pieces, but dodgy pawns.
Yeah, but maybe these bishops can be bothered somehow. D4.
Just bishop e3?
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything.
What was... He's played bishop e3. Bishop e3 has been played.
Yeah, seemed like the only way out.
Could be forcing.
Queen e5 also on the board. Mr. Wei Yi. Looks very calm.
Yeah. Let's have a look at him. Yeah, very calm indeed. Gawain. Oof. Gawain in the Green Knight. Yeah. You know it? You know Gawain in the Green Knight?
Not familiar.
Medieval English. A classic, one of the earliest texts in you could say almost proper English.
Ah, right. Yeah, we have different references. Green Hornet or Green Lantern. You're speaking my language. Green Knight.
Gawain the Green Knight. It's really. It's a fantastic tale.
Isn't there a recent movie called
The
Green Knight?
Yeah, there was. Actually very enjoyable.
I haven't seen it. Svidler recommended it. He said it was sort of based on.
Well, it's
King Artus. Is that the
no? It's from this medieval
from the tale, but it's a different one.
Yeah, and actually, it's a fantastic tale. It's a kind of morality tale. It's really good, actually. Yeah, I enjoyed the film.
I'll watch it. Yeah. Queen e5 played. Computer disliked queen takes e5, if I saw this correctly. What else was there? Rook f4? No. Queen f4, maybe. Maybe that's a better version. Not sure what the difference is, frankly, but looks like the same position, no?
Yeah. Okay, so it's not cut and dried. I mean, I'm looking at the eval bar. I think it's a little bit better for black.
Yeah, maybe now knight takes. Is that legal?
Okay, let's have a look. Well, okay, so
check, I guess, and knight back. I'm just trying to spot a difference. I'm not sure if this is better. Maybe it prefers this. No, some move castles.
Just to gain the tempo.
Yeah, and e6 is not hanging. Maybe it's a better version.
Yeah. So maybe, well, the computer thinks it's a bit better for black, but yeah, I mean, certainly some not an easy position still.
No, I agree. The rooks are so active though that yeah, black has to be fine with the 3 pawns and the rooks having open files. He did take, and Wei Yi is weighing his options, pun intended.
Very nice. Let's go back to Ding Liren against Sam Shankland just to have an update, because it's actually developing very nicely. Ding has put the knight on d5, which is, of course, why this whole system, one could argue, is slightly dubious for black, because you play a hedgehog kind of system, but you don't play with e6. And of course, this is the way to exploit it, by using the outpost. So is it any good? This is the question.
Feels very early though. b5 I like, trying to undermine the structure a bit. Queen h4, takes, knight f6. Oh, he has to go e4 to keep the pawn. These pieces, they look a little offside, don't they?
But I mean, the problem with these kind of positions for black is that sometimes white can simply play bishop h3 and get some kind of control over the c file, which is, to be honest, it's why I never quite got this system for black. I think it's actually quite difficult to play, at least in my experience. I didn't understand it well enough, but I always found that was a problem. So maybe Ding is just playing for that in this position, actually.
Yeah, we could stop it with h6, but I guess he's happy to bring the queen back, because I was hoping for h6, bishop h3, g5. Even there you take. I don't know if it makes any sense. No, Sam just plays rook c8.
Okay, so
let's
see. So bishop h3. Let me go directly.
I guess you take, and we try to attack something while your pieces are far away. No?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's... I mean, the question is queen a2 actually a threat, considering that rook c7 will happen at the end of it, or after it?
No clue, but I'll take.
Yeah. Depends whether knight g5 is happening.
Yeah. We might see this. Bishop h3 is on the board.
No, okay. This could get interesting. And then we're going to see Ding's attacking instincts come into play.
I guess he should take rook c5. Looks a little too sophisticated. Even takes. I'm not sure I'm a fan.
Yeah.
No, black has to be fast, because if not, he'll have this stupid bishop, and if white consolidates, gets to the squares, he'll be in trouble. I can't really think of anything better. You could make some incredibly slow move, intending bishop c8, but
doesn't feel right, does it?
Yeah. No, queen a5 looks normal.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but Sam goes h6.
Okay, let's have a look. So h6.
He's threatening g5.
Is g5 actually a threat? That's
a fair question.
But in any case, I mean, queen f4 doesn't look like a bad move.
Well, still g5, so the question remains.
This is fun. Go on, let's take
here g4.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I mean, queen e3, g4, knight h4, of course.
Ah, that exists.
So well, I'm not sure. Probably it's not a threat.
Is this checkmate? This is close enough. Yeah.
Close enough for jazz. Yeah.
Doesn't look fun. I'm not sure if there is an actual mate, but
G4 and rook c3 or something. E6.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in time the queen will come.
Maybe we flick in queen g5 check first.
Yeah, king somewhere. There's another check here.
And now g. Oh, I see.
But this might just win. No, like check. I'll pick up the queen.
Yeah. Okay, it's winning. Yeah.
Check.
Nice. Check. Yeah. Very simple. Very nice. Excellent. Yeah. So okay, So in fact, queen e3 is possible.
So g5 not much of a threat.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, queen f4 plate. He goes queen b6.
Okay.
Maybe he just thinks it's fine.
Yeah, preventing queen e3. Reasonable.
Renewing the idea potentially. It's not obvious what white is doing. Oh, now that knight d4 is not there. Queen d2, the pawn gets taken.
Yeah, queen b6 is a nice move. I mean, that I think, yeah, with the queen on e3, that actually looked pretty tasty for white, actually. But yeah, queen b6, very nice.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't see a move somehow.
Yeah. Interesting.
Rookie one, but it's sad.
Yeah.
Even bishop c8. Good stuff.
Yeah. Makes sense of black's position. Queen b6 seems to hold everything. Nice move. Okay, but we should move on. How's Magnus doing? Oh, it's getting exciting actually.
He's in check.
Very strange position.
96.
How did we get there?
We saw this, knight d5, bishop d4. He missed, or I'm assuming he missed this b5 idea again, which looked very powerful. When knight f4, king f1. It looked like Magnus was just crushing, but maybe it wasn't so easy. Queen b4, b6. Fancy.
Wow.
Too complex for me. Still played b5, no, but then rookie one check, maybe it wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Queen takes b6, and the follow-up to queen takes b6, f6. I must say that for a stunning riposte, one wouldn't immediately think of f6, which indicates that maybe it's okay for white.
Yeah, it's the usual with, I'm assuming, computer moves. Once you see them, they look very logical. But would you really think of f6, king f7 here? Is that the first thing to do? Like, Magnus, how does he look? He tends to look a little asleep in the first two rounds. Yeah, still, it's round 3 by now.
So you say you have inside information about his location. He's on holiday somewhere, is he?
Inside information is strong, but Peter mentioned that he was going with him somewhere, and that somewhere sounded like was not Norway. But I do not know where they are.
Okay. Training camp, if Peter's there.
Tough training camp in
boot camp.
Oman or where? I don't know where they are. It does look nice. His surroundings seems like the sun is shining. Probably some nice rented Airbnb house or whatever.
Very nice.
It's probably not a horrible life to be world chess champion. Although he seems to be a bit tired of it. I'm not sure what the latest is, but
yes, what was
if he'll defend his title or not? Seems
the latest speculation and from the Chicken Chess Club. What's the word on the street?
It's sad we have to speculate. Peter should just know these things, and maybe he doesn't tell us. But I don't know. I can just tell from what I read. Like, obviously, I did know there were these intentions even before the last match. Magnus let us know. From what I read, it sounded like he's softening his stance a bit, that he hadn't decided yet and was unsure, because earlier it sounded like, yeah, if it's not Ali Reza, I'm not that interested in playing. So I don't know. It's also, from the outside, it looks like, yeah, you'll get a lot of money and the chance to stay world champion, take it. But if you've done it a couple times, and I'm assuming he's made his money, I can sort of understand.
I can well understand.
You could tire from this grind of half of your life is dominated by preparing for a new opponent and constantly playing these matches. But I don't know.
From that point of view, I completely understand it, and I have really, I just don't understand why World Championship matches are now every 2 years. I mean, as you say, it's like half your life as a world champion or a challenger is devoted to preparation, basically. And I think the World Championship should be something very special. I think it should be every 3 years, basically.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Me, I'm a fan of the classical World Championship, so I'm not big on changing it to a rapid or a mixed format or whatnot. But I don't think we lose much if it's every 3 years. Also gives the World Champion a chance to play some other chess, which Magnus has always been very active. But it must always be in the back of his head that, that's a new challenger, I have to start preparing and so on. So I can understand him from that perspective. That would be a pity if he retires while still.
No, absolutely.
If he lets the title go, not retire while still in his prime.
I think it might, as you say, it might very well depend on who turns up as the challenger. I mean, would he be able to stomach Hikaru being world champion? I don't know. I think he might get back in the ring if that happens.
Oh yeah, Hikaru, he can't say no. Like Sauron has to show up for the last battle there.
Exactly. Yeah. C3. It's all happening. F6, knight C2, C3. This is interesting stuff.
It's happening, but it's good.
I don't know.
C3. What does he want? If pawn takes, let's say, he wants to check with the bishop. But how much does it do?
I mean, surely he's got to play King F7 anyway.
Yeah, but why throw in C3 there? Is that helping his cause?
I mean, maybe he just figures he's just got to get rid of that one anyway. I mean, maybe knight E3 was happening, and he's just made sure that he threw that one in the pot anyway. I don't know.
I'm reading in the chat that B6 changed the evaluation from -6 to 0. So what's the -6 move here? Bishop H3.
Bishop H3, fantastic.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's really nice. That's a lovely echo somehow of the tic-tacs on the other side of the board with Bishop A3, or potentially Bishop A3. Very nice.
Yeah, once you see it, that one's looks like it's just crushing, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe there's a check. You still have to do something inconvenient.
What's the story?
Yeah, probably this is it, but
okay, it's scary.
Bishop F6 check. Rook D1. That's knight D3. It doesn't quite work. Okay, so that would have been cute, but not what happened. Instead, he's trying to exchange queens now. This didn't go according to plan.
No, not at all.
Might still not be too bad because these pawns are weak and white needs some time to get the rook out, but struggling. What does white do? Can you go knight c4 to give a check, or am I getting pinned then? Might get pinned.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I mean, knight c4 doesn't seem unreasonable.
Oh, yeah, I guess this is an issue.
Yeah, I see. I see. Okay.
Might not win, but at least it slows white down.
Okay, that's annoying. Yeah.
But even just takes. How bad can it be?
Need to correct the king.
Yeah, takes a while.
It's a bit annoying. Yeah, maybe I was going to say step out to d2 or something, but you could be walking into something. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't feel right, does it?
No, it feels like white shouldn't take himself somehow. Make some useful move. Just what useful move is there? Knight f5. If in doubt, play h4 to bring the rook out. Huh. Niels, make a move. This is too tough.
Yeah, he needs to. 2.5 minutes somehow. I don't know whether the time has just disappeared. Magnus on 5 minutes. That's dangerous. I guess, I mean, in playing like this with queen c6, it means that black's moves are easy. He's going to take on c5 and bring his rook into play. Whereas, actually, it's not so simple with this king on f1 to actually untangle. This is so basically Magnus being pragmatic again.
Also, if in doubt, I think he tries not to let the position spin out of control. But as long as it's a structure he can understand, maybe if he thinks it's slightly worse, he'll have confidence that things can't go too wrong.
But before we go any further with this one, can we jump back to Garwin's position against Wei Yi? Because
Niels played h3.
oh, okay.
I'm surprised he didn't go h4. I thought nowadays, if in doubt, you go h4, especially here. But yeah, he made a move.
Just very quickly, can we bounce to Garwin's position? Because
On my way here, yeah.
yeah,
He's lost.
yeah,
This pin is there to stay.
that's pretty bad.
Black will just walk his king up the board.
Yeah, that
The
looks.
king ever takes, then d2.
Yeah.
No, it's just lost.
Yep. Can we just recap very quickly on how we got there?
Yeah, takes, bishop takes. He didn't take on b2. He went rook f8. No, black is material down, but this is a powerful rook. It looks like he got out prepared now. Where he
Could be.
had some stuff there.
Yeah, it looks like a clean knockout somehow from the opening.
It seems like the mistake was this move, queen takes e5, which I also thought was transposing, or we looked at knight e5, which wasn't it. But the difference is, if you take here, there's no rook f8, while with the bishop already here, and this hitting it, this was probably just strong. So you had to go queen takes f4, and we get the stuff we looked at with bishop b2. Yeah, good stuff by Wei Yi.
Yeah, very impressive, and well, he's looking good at the moment. Okay, let's go back to Niels Grandelius against Magnus Carlsen.
Queens are off. Knight c5 play, takes, king e2. As you mentioned, the king has to get out of there. But knight e6, Carlsen's a pawn down. Doesn't feel like he's in any trouble here. He has the bishops. His pieces will flow into play a bit easier. The white king, even on d2, is not exactly great. Nah, he's okay again. What does white do? It's so hard to make moves with white. Somehow nothing feels
Well,
connected.
I'd want to step away from the knight f4, so just king d2, I guess.
Then he goes g3.
Okay, all right. I wouldn't be rushing into that move, but maybe he just feels it's necessary.
It is sad, though.
Yeah. And looking at the clock times, my word, Niels now 38 seconds remaining and Magnus 4.5 minutes. So Magnus looks pretty relaxed, and I'm kind of not surprised with that situation. This is going to be fun for black.
Yeah, I can't spot anything direct, but maybe you don't need anything direct. Just, I don't know. He does take, no, that's bishop. Bishop e5, that's the direct one. King d2, bishop b4.
That's a good move.
And so king d1, bishop b4, rook e g1. It doesn't look like fun. Either there's knight d2, rook d8.
Okay, g3 was a clear mistake.
Yeah, just a blunder.
I think the king is going to be cut to shreds.
I find it very confusing that Niels's background looks like it's part of his hair, but it's not actually. Niels, we need to fix this. Knight d2 played. Rook c8. Magnus taking his time, making sure the king doesn't get away. The other rook will come here.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
These bishops are just monsters.
Yeah. Okay, so pragmatic Magnus came good.
Yeah, his hand is so strong once the queens are off the board that, yeah, he will just produce stronger moves. Knight d5. Is there a direct breakthrough? Check, king e2. Check, maybe? If king f1, you can take, so the knight is to go back.
Rook c2.
Rook c2 is bad news.
Yeah, I think that might be the one.
Rook d1, rook a2, and resigns it.
Looks like it's.
Yep. This is over. Niels does not look happy. Magnus doesn't look too happy either.
He's just not stressed, though, is he, basically?
Yeah, he looks at ease.
There we go.
Game over. Niels resigns.
So that is Magnus Carlsen's first win of the event, and in the end, it looked pretty smooth. Let's bounce back to the game between Ding and Shankland. I'm just intrigued how Ding played that after Queen b6.
Looks like things didn't go great. Rook c2. Yeah, he also couldn't find a useful move. e5. Sam going for it.
Yeah.
E4. Tactics picking up a pawn. If rook f2, there's a pin. So rook f3 or bishop f3 look pretty strong. Now it's... What is going on? Rook b7, king e5, and black regains the piece with a good endgame, yeah?
Tactics.
Nicely played by Sam.
Yeah.
Material is equal, but with the white king so passive, the black piece in the middle of the board, looks like Ding is fighting for survival, no?
Yeah, but it's tricky. It's tricky after knight f4, yeah. I mean, not so clear.
We've seen him fight for survival successfully twice already in this event.
Yeah, more than survival.
Sorry.
Oh, tight.
Oh.
Okay. So, yeah. Well, rook c8 is a nice move because suddenly black is starting to counterattack.
Yeah. The king is so bad.
King is so bad. Yeah.
No, looks scary. Maybe there's no threat, and you just go a4 and you say, okay, I'll make a draw, but it looks very, very dangerous. Rook c7, more tactics.
Oh, tricky guy. That's impressive. And Ding is down to 17 seconds.
Even the knight ending with the king so far away.
Yeah, the problem is you can't run the d pawn.
Yeah, and if king c3, knight c7, b4, there's knight d5 check.
Yeah.
Still, I don't trust us yet. Here, knight c3, let's say.
Okay, now we can run the d pawn.
Yeah. Feels
that is very scary.
On the edge. And yeah, the solution is on the board. Yeah.
It's on the board. Knight c3. Very nice move, Jan. That is a beautiful controlling move.
A true multi-purpose move.
Yeah.
Attacking this, attacking this. Nice. A4 felt like the only chance. Now, I guess one has to count how this plays out. d5, a5, d4, a6, d3, a7, d2, a8, check, king g2. Maybe there's no direct mate, so white actually survives. He could take, of course, if this doesn't.
Yeah, take then knight d5 check kind of slows things up a bit.
It does.
That's a bit awkward.
Yeah, but it might still win, no? Like we're pawn up, king f3, and then bring the knight back into action. Not easy for white to attack anything.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Sam took.
Okay, pragmatic. And yeah, he's got 4 minutes on the clock, so yeah, that's pretty nice. Untouchable position actually after knight d5, king f3. I mean, I was looking at h3, but you can just take on g3. It's just 2 pawns.
2 pawns. We'll get the job done.
Yeah, there's no good check after that.
I saw with king g2, which is smart to stop king f3. And king e4 played to support this guy. Why not knight c3 again? Knight c3 looks so nice.
I guess he's just going to go h3 and, you know, just trade the pawns and hope that he's going to be able to give the knight.
Is the knight in time to attack this one? Maybe it is here. Knight e8, t5, knight f6.
Yep.
d4 takes, and the knight comes back. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's still a bit tricky, actually. h3.
No, h3, d5. This feels like a draw now.
Okay, but how does that knight get back?
Well, the king is close enough to the pawn.
Just king f2. Ah, okay.
d3 and some move like knight e6 and g5. Yeah, I guess it's a draw.
I think Sam is basically rushing it now.
Yeah.
I think he wanted to kind of blitz Ding, but and now you can just give up the knight.
Yeah, Ding dodging another bullet.
I guess you can just sack the knight here if you need to. Even knight b3 check
Knight
is
b3 and knight d2. Yeah, no need to give
no
it.
need at all. Yeah. Draw. Wow. I mean, yeah, he rushed it. It looks like Sam rushed it.
Let me just check briefly because I'm curious. King g2, knight c3, h3. Here black is winning apparently. Takes and d4, which looks believable. The knight on c3 and king e3. They're just much better connected here.
So yeah, he just rushed it with king e4. That's a pity. And
draw agreed.
Draw agreed. Yeah, Sam looks not. I guess not particularly happy with that one. Yeah, still, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, a draw against Ding is okay, but yeah, Sam needs to hit back. He's on. Let me just check. I think he was on -1, wasn't he?
I recall he lost that white game to Anton.
Yeah, he's now on 4 out of 9 exactly.
Yep.
So we have Anton we don't have anyone with 100%. We have David Anton with 7, Ding on 7, Magnus 5, and Niche. Well, Niche is still playing, apparently. Let's have a look.
Here's a Niche.
Oh, that's a beautiful position for black.
Good knight, bad bishop. It's knight dominant. Black has still has to break through, but it looks like he should. No, at some point. b5, b4. Something's gonna give. Mr. Geary went with a hoodie. He promised us a suit. He lied to us.
He promised a suit, did he?
I think he did. Yeah.
Maybe if and when he gets to the knockout phase, he'll get booted and suited.
But if he doesn't, he knows what went wrong. It's the hoodie.
Exactly. Yeah.
b5 plate looks logical enough if takes here. Not sure it was needed instantly, but looks good enough.
Well, when you say good enough, I mean, black still has to make the breakthrough here.
Yeah. No, I was wondering.
It's not actually not so simple.
I thought white had to take us, had the engine on, which of course.
I mean, maybe the problem is that white is actually running out of waiting moves because queen e3 will be met, I assume, by queen d1.
So some move, king f6. Let's play b4 for now. Maybe Zugzwang is coming. King h1 is legal, although you don't want to play it, of course.
Well, then the question is, should black actually be just putting the pawn on b3?
Yeah, I was also wondering if there's a breakthrough. Of course, it's nice to have this.
Yeah.
Then timely c4, knight d3. That's what happened. Queen c1 was played in b3.
Yeah, you do need a little bit of time to work things out. Maybe he's going to shuffle for a little bit to gain a few seconds.
Queen e1 back. Pawn to c4. Not wasting any time.
He's just going to go knight d3, is he?
Always happy with this exchange.
I guess.
Curious though, if I take, like, is this just winning for black? Knight h3, king h1, I guess. Something bad's going to happen here. Queen c5. Yeah, it's probably too much. Takes knight f2. I don't know. I'll find a way to bungle it, but it's probably winning for black.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, knight d3.
Yeah. But the knight on f4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, instead of that, I mean, there was another way to go as well. Maybe after king h1, it might be possible to play very directly with queen f4 and g4, actually.
I thought queen e3.
Oh, queen e3. Sure. I see. Okay. Yeah. No, okay, not so clear. Yeah. Oh, this has happened, by the way.
Okay, let's have a look. He did take, which is understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I think knight d3 was becoming a serious matter, actually.
King g2, knight f4, king h1. I goes king g2, so that black doesn't have time for queen c5, which makes sense. Still a very ugly position, but he's winning. Queen c5 now. If takes, he still wants here. Hare Krishna is slippery. Like, he will keep not blundering.
Can we just do a little tour? I can see that Prague won.
I can see chat is unhappy. Are we still there? All right. Apologies. So Gawain, this is a lost position, question mark. Feels like the king is close enough, but it's actually not, yeah? Like, rook a1, king g2, rook a2, king h3, black wins. Plays rook a2, but king g1, it's the same. King f4, and I guess just rook anywhere here. Like,
yeah,
this is still winning. Or enough rook. Now rook h3, then the king doesn't have an escape route. But this check here and here. Now we can go back. Looks winning. Wei Yi, do you agree?
I think we do. So what have we got? I'm just looking at the other results.
Tari lost to Pragnananda. Eric lost to Mishra.
Mishra beat Eric Hansen. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, listen, we should concentrate on Hare Krishna against Giri.
Oh, rook f3. Where he's saying, I'm fine playing queen against rook.
I guess.
Queen h8, only move, but good enough.
Good
covering
move.
this square. There are all these studies where black has a pawn on g7, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
you lose, but not here. All right, so back to Anish, where Yi will win this eventually. e5. Still work. I have a feeling Harry might escape somehow. Queen c2. Does white have enough counterplay? Queen a7 directly. He's gonna escape. Knight e6, you take. Or do you? Queen b6 also exists, but no, then queen b2. No, but queen b6, queen b2, bishop e6, that's a draw. And then queen d8 check. Takes directly, should also be a draw. king g2, and
Yeah,
king is too open. Like there's always enough checks.
I'll tell you what, if Hari does escape with a draw, I think that's pretty impressive actually, because that was, I mean, such a miserable position.
Yeah. Very much looks like no queen b6 or queen b8, any of those. I don't think there's any winning chances. It's just instant perpetual.
Certainly looks like it. Yep. Queen is too far away. So let me see. Let's just take a little check on the scores. Yeah.
c5, same.
We're going to see Wei Yi's technique with queen against rook.
We can have a look at that. Did you ever study this? I looked at it a bunch of times. There's some random Zugzwang position where you have to lose a tempo, like some queen a4, queen d4. It never sticks in my memory. I think over the board you always win this, but this winning mechanism I always found tough.
Frankly, I never bothered.
Right.
You know, there were more pressing concerns.
Yeah. Against the computer, I think one usually doesn't win this unless one studies very specifically.
Well, there was,
but among humans,
yeah, that was the famous case, wasn't it, where Walter Brown failed to beat a computer with. I mean, this was years and years ago in the kind of early days, and then
see,
there we
that's
go.
What happens to humans?
Yeah, exactly. And then they had a rematch, and basically Walter did his homework and managed to defeat the computer.
Yeah, I think if you study right before, especially if you know how it tries to defend, you'll manage. But
yeah,
without, I wouldn't be confident. Anyway, good win for Mr. Wei Yi. So the round is over. What do we have on the final day? Oh, we have Magnus against Jordan. That's a good one.
Oh, that's good. Oh, well, speaking of which, Jan, I hope we're going to have our Dutch roundup. Are you going to treat us?
Oh, I haven't spoken Dutch for a while. Maybe after the final round, I can try to sum it up.
That would be nice. Just
Dutch.
I'm giving you fair warning.
Thank you.
Then I look forward to it actually.
All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes with the final game of the day.
Welcome back, everyone. Round 4, Chessable Masters, final round of the day. And we have 3 leaders so far. We have David Anton, Ding Liren, and Wei Yi, all with 7 out of 9. Remember, 3 points for a win in this preliminary phase. So, Jan, we've got Magnus against Jorn van Foreest. Is this the one we're going to concentrate on?
Yeah, gotta check back in with Magnus. And Jordan's very, very handsome, so that's good. And he's also a second of Magnus's, my colleague, during the World Championship match. So, of course, they know stuff about each other's repertoire. It's always an interesting dynamic. Jordan goes for 3c5 to Tarash. Not sure they know much about their Tarash preferences. Knight f3, knight f6, that's a sideline. Knight c6 is what people usually do here. And after knight f6, this was considered better for white after bishop g5. But these young kids and their computers, sometimes they reach different conclusions. Calling Jordan a young kid, he's probably one of the older participants here. I don't know how old he is, like 23 or something. But he does study a lot of openings, and he has a very open mind. He trusts the engine, but he's not afraid to take it into unknown territory. So it's always interesting to see what he does in the opening.
I mean, I've seen Jordan play some absolutely wacky stuff in the opening.
Exactly.
You know, playing, for example, these gambit lines in the Giocopiano, where he was a bit of a pioneer.
Yeah, but he knows his stuff there. He had a winning position against Magnus, for example, in Vike. He just put in a lot of time. This line I'm not very familiar with. I think e3 is the main move. Magnus takes on c5 directly. Probably doesn't like the look of e3, c4.
I'm still surprised by exchanging on c5.
Yeah, it's not
lost the battle of the tempo.
Yeah. I guess he's going to argue the bishop on e6 is nothing special if white can stabilize, but it doesn't seem like the main line.
But one could argue with the bishop on e6, black is stabilized as well. I mean,
very much so, yeah. Bishop b5, trying to keep some life in the position by stopping d4, and if needed, he'll go for these hanging pawns. Jordan's still in book, apparently. Blitzes out h6. After bishop h4, does he want g5, knight e4? Is that his idea? Or he just castle like a normal person?
It's funny, these IQP positions, I mean, slightly different position, but if you remember Magnus's game against Kostyuk from maybe the first Champions Chess Tour event, where against C3 Sicilian, basically they transposed to a kind of French Tarash, where instead of playing knight e7, Magnus just played knight f6, which is actually it's a little bit unusual, but I had a good look at this afterwards, and black can kind of get away with it actually, and often using this g5 idea and knight e4.
Yeah, times are changing. The computer, so many things we just thought weren't playable are now very much possible. This line that Jordan played here, I'm assuming, being one of them. And Magnus takes on f6, which is interesting. His idea has to be after queen f6 to grab the pawn, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. So how does this go? Knight d5, if queen b2, he has a check. It's not the end of the story, though, I would assume.
Definitely not.
King e7. This looks fine for black to me. Instead of the check, maybe start with rook b1. Is that his point? Maybe this is smarter.
Okay, swipe the pawn. Take and think.
Take. No, I want to give a check and maybe just take the rook, actually. Bit scared, but my king doesn't get mated on f1.
True.
This seems to work. Unless...
Rook d8? Yeah, rook d8 here.
Yeah. Rook d8, queen c1, you want bishop a3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, still a mess, yeah, like... bishop a3, do I have rook a1? I don't know.
Take on c1.
Ah, yeah, I'm not even material up. No, it's nonsense. Okay.
I just have a funny feeling Magnus is going to castle or play knight d4 or something like that in this position.
Nah. If he
You don't
takes
think
on
so?
f6, I think you have to take the pawn.
Yeah, but he might be. Well, you can, as you see, he's hesitating now. He might be reflecting and thinking, "Okay, I'm not so happy with this."
Yeah. No, if he can't make it work, he'll change course. But no, he takes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, game on.
I assume Jordan also has to take. Taking here just looks bad. Queen d5, even after the check.
Well, you could do it. You could do it, and now just castle.
Play this here.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Not so stupid.
Yeah, I agree. Trying to figure out what's what here, but yeah, it's not trivial.
No.
White
I suppose you can come back with queen b3.
Yeah. No, it doesn't quite feel like enough. The white king is not too bad if we can get rid of some piece, but it was Jordan who blitzed out as h6, so I wasn't ruling out that he still knew this. Although sometimes I think he likes to bluff, or sometimes he just rushes a move as well and then start thinking later. But what's happening here? I still don't see very clearly. Another question, this might look very dumb, but does it help me starting with this? My point is that hopefully now after rook d8 I have a check here.
That's true. So rook d8, rook b7, king e8, knight c7,
c7.
and yeah. Okay, fair enough.
This could work, no? Because if black takes, we castle. White is more or less winning. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Unless he just wants to play queen a5 check here and play an ending. I mean, maybe it's just winning for white, but
even the ending, yeah, it's not gonna be fun.
Rook takes. Yeah, okay, it's not enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Jordan in deep thought.
So let's see that line again. Queen b2.
Oh, was it? I'm not sure about the timing here, but yeah, rook b1, let's say. Magnus starts with knight c7. Not concerned about any of this. That's surprising. Ah, now he just castles. Okay. Why is that so good? Rook d8. I'm confused. Maybe he just wants to play small ball and play queen c1.
Yeah, take. Yeah.
I guess white is somewhat better, but I'm not sure how much it is. Looks unpleasant for black, actually.
Maybe. Yeah.
Thought bishop here. White can always throw in this.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, suffering.
Okay, so Magnus
once again, very pragmatic.
Yeah.
No nonsense.
Rook d8 played.
I would assume this is his idea. I know you could also make a case for keeping the queens. But if he can see a clean solution where he's better, I guess that's where he goes. Although I don't really see what black does after queen a4 either, to be honest. This bishop doesn't have any great squares to go to.
Yeah, also very reasonable. Okay, listen, Jan, let's move on, because I think it looks like Magnus in some way has the advantage. Let's pick something interesting. What about Vidit against
This looks
Ding?
interesting.
Yes, that's great actually. Okay, from the top.
It's still theory until very recently. It's this trendy line in the Nimzo, castles, pawn to e4. I don't understand, by the way, why no one plays d5 here. They all castle and allow this e4 mess. But after castles a3, what they usually want to play is takes and d5 anyway. So I don't get why they don't start with d5. With a3, you get the same position. And cd5 exists, but last time I checked, black was just fine here after ed5, so it surprises me. Anyway, they are going for this line, which has been very topical. The moves all look random, but we've seen them many, many times by now. All this
What's
Queen
the
H4.
current theoretical status? You must have looked at this position.
Yeah. So basically, this was considered to be more or less a forced draw, but there is this new angle after CD, ED that white doesn't take here, which they used to do. After that, GF somehow leads to a draw. But they go bishop e3, 95 f3, and say, I'm fine playing this position, even a pawn down, because your position is a bit shaky, and white has won a game or two here. So now they're debating this knight c5. There were also some games, I think. Wesley had a game against Jeffrey Zhong. Anyway, this is, I think, still known. And my memory is letting me down a bit here. I have a feeling even knight c6, bishop f6 I've seen before. So it's just comparing notes. Queen h6. I think it's just straight first computer line. Bishop c8.
And there's queen g6, which kind of saves black, I guess.
I'm not even sure which bishop you take, actually. Can you take here, or is white better here?
Rook e5, is that possible?
Yeah, this looks uncomfortable, doesn't it? Right.
Maybe, yeah. No, I was wondering just if black just recaptured on e8, and then if queen f5, you've got queen g6.
Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. Ding taking a moment here as well.
These are the kind of openings that, if I were playing this as black, and without any prior knowledge, I'd be absolutely terrified. But of course, with engine knowledge, and the blacks can somehow get away with this.
Yeah, this line has pretty much become a memory check for a while now. Like they add new wrinkles according to whatever the latest engines say. But it's so forcing, and black hasn't really done anything wrong, that you can usually click your way home. And the top guys, they will have looked at this. Then again, nobody's memory is perfect. Like, even if Ding has a file here on all the subtleties and was it this position or slightly different, at some point you have to start thinking.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's become mainly.
It seems like a post-game interview cliche where these guys say, I couldn't remember my notes.
Yeah, but it's also true. Like they all have huge notes, but no one can remember all the details here. Of course, with a computer, you can spend 8 seconds here and you'll, queen f6, 0-0, or rook c8, queen f5, queen g6, 0-0. One of these things will be in Ding's notes. But over the board, it still looks scary.
But the point is, they might not remember the details, but they will recall, of course, that the assessment is equal and they just have to find their way through at the board, basically.
Yeah. Then again, the assessment is equal in every line nowadays. I'm fairly convinced.
Okay.
Chess is a draw. But it often happens. Like, I know this was nothing, but couldn't remember exactly.
Some positions are more equal than others, of course. So, okay, let's flip around. Let's see what we've got. Oh, yeah, Wei Yi against Anton. That's
looks spicy as well. Switch off the engine. What was this? Some half offbeat stuff. Queen a4 check. This has long been tricky little sideline. Because after knight d7, white doesn't really want to take yet. He wants to occupy the center. Here's some rook b8, queen c2. I've seen this before. Someone won a game here very quickly, maybe Rapport against Jordan. This is a tricky line. Bishop f4, rook b6. Even d5 was a move here. Looks like Wei Yi, he might not have played much, but he's very much working on chess. No, he seems well prepared, solid, putting pressure.
It would be great. I mean, you know, we discussed this at the start of today about how Wei Yi somehow, you know, hasn't quite fulfilled his promise. So it'd be really nice to see him get back. I mean, I guess the real issue is whether he can reproduce good form in a classical event, and is he going to be able to get the invitations?
Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, it's not going to be easy for him.
Yeah,
to get invites to, I don't know what the top tournaments are now, like Norway Chess and so on, and just with a good Olympiad performance won't be enough. But he does look very strong from the limited sample size we have here.
Yeah. Well, I would be terrified with black.
Yeah, I hate this position. Like bishop b7, knight b2, the rook is stuck there.
Exactly.
I also have a feeling c4, if it doesn't yield direct benefits, it's hard to believe this is the way to go.
I mean, you know, we get some curious position with the bishop on b7 and white playing a5 and putting the rook on c6, blocking the bishop. And it just looks pretty dodgy, doesn't it?
Very much so. I'm not sure what went wrong for Anton. Sorry, I'll cheat one last time. Oh, no, this is already bad, apparently. b5, c5, bishop f4, rook b6, castles. Yeah, it's already troubles. Yeah, he was just caught off guard by this line. Now he must suffer. Okay.
Okay, what about, Nils Grandelis against Bragin and Under.
It's a bit better, but it's quite dry.
Yeah. Prag on -1. He's on 4 out of 9.
Another end game in Tari, Hare Krishna. Also not fun enough for our show. Sorry.
No, we reject that one.
What is this? Somehow Anish found a way to make the King's Indian look like the Petrov. I wasn't quite a King's Indian. This confused me. If you're Gawain and you want to play the King's Indian every game, what's stopping you from playing d6 here? Why do you have to go e5? After which this knight e5 is a forcing line.
Well, presumably he's confident with this one. Let's take a look.
Yeah, e5 takes. This exists, but white could ask some questions. Now f3, rook e8, bishop d3. It's a fun line. d3, I think black played d5, and somehow there was enough compensation. But bishop d3 was the latest. It's very forcing. Black has to take, bishop takes, black has to take, takes. And black gains his pawn back, but without the dark square bishop, you always feel a little uncomfortable, no, with this king and the King's Indian bishop gone. I've looked at this. It wasn't too bad for black, but it wouldn't be something that I would enjoy playing either.
Wouldn't be my cup of tea, I can tell you.
Anish not in a hurry, just stabilizing. Yeah, I guess there are no direct inroads towards the black king.
Sure, but the point is it's kind of a chronic, isn't it? Yeah.
The one thing that's nice for black is there's a pawn on c3. Maybe white would actually like to take this pawn off the board to occupy this diagonal, at least in some positions. But here would be very hard to get the bishop on the long diagonal. I still don't trust it. But if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Can you go g4? Not sure if black wants bishop e4.
Yeah, b4.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a way to bother this bishop here, like queen somewhere. Maybe I'm just ruining White's pretty position. I don't know, but he's played g4.
Okay. Maybe after bishop b4, he's going to take and just play bishop d2.
Yeah. Yeah, slightly more pleasant for White, but maybe nothing special yet. Rook e5.
Queen d3, queen f3. I don't know which one. Queen
Yes,
f3, I guess.
No, you still take White, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Gawain thinking. Okay. Anish doing what he does, putting some pressure with White without any great risks.
How's Magnus? Let's go there.
Magnus picked up some stuff. He's winning.
Yep.
He went for queen c1 as expected, the dry solution. Now he just cashed in. Wasn't that dry after all. Okay, it's just game over here. Like the rook doesn't have entry squares, and the two pieces are too strong. Should be 3. The king comes, the knight comes.
Yeah, it's stable, isn't it? That's the point. Yeah, very stable.
95 stops c4. The bishop can go here. I guess he'll take one move to go king f1, so he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, that should be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, making it look easy, Mr. Carlsen.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, very. Okay, let's go to what have we got? How about Abhimanyu Mishra against Shahriar Mamedyarov. Let me just catch up with Abhimanyu's score. He's on 3 out of 9. So he has 1 win, 2 losses so far. Yeah.
Some trendy Italian, castles d5. I have a lot of sympathy for this d5 because it's at least you clarify the situation. You don't have to memorize or try to figure out all the subtleties in these slow positions. But White found ways to ask some questions here as well. a4, a5 is what they do nowadays. Knight bd2, king h8. I think Mamedyarov had something like this. But it's strategically a bit risky, of course. If you don't crash through, you'll be left with a weak pawn. I guess that's what happened. I like White. Just better structure. The knight is strong.
By the way, just an idle question. What happens if we take on e5?
Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was also wondering as we spoke. Bishop f2, rook f1. It's not it, so... What's the trick, Mr. Mamedyarov?
Don't know.
Is there some b5?
Not
sure it does anything, but just trying
getting
to mix
funky.
it. Takes, queen has to take. And now insert good move. Not sure there is one though.
No.
Knight c3, bishop e6 is there.
Well, but we're about to find out because he did take it.
Okay. Were you bluffing, Shahriar?
I think he's bluffing. I think Shaq's bluffing. It's his style, isn't it? He just thought, okay, it looks a little bit loose for a move, but it's not so loose. White's position at all, actually. I mean,
one more move, we go back or do something active, and it's just winning. So maybe he was bluffing. Yeah, I can't make this work. Like you can suffer in this end game, but that's it's just lost. It's not even suffering. a5 also drops.
No suffering involved at all, actually. Okay.
And Mishra not afraid.
Good.
That is a giant bet in the
Bishop h3. Bishop h3.
Here we go. Still trying to mix it. What's the trick if I go back? Is there some nastiness coming, or are you still bluffing? I don't even want to know what happens after takes. But it's also a valid question. No?
Yeah,
why can't we
G3,
take?
Bishop G2, Queen F3, Knight F4.
Takes, check, king somewhere.
Knight F4.
Knight F4. I guess back.
Ah, was the
Still.
intent? Sorry, instead of Knight F4, Knight E3.
Oh,
Maybe is that move?
keeps getting fancier.
Yeah, and the knight on E4 is on prise.
How does this play out? Say takes.
Yeah, well, have I got Rook D2 at the end of it? So take it.
Takes, 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 takes. Still think it's a bluff.
Rook D2, Rook F1, just hanging tough.
3 pieces are a lot for.
Yeah.
There's nothing direct.
Nope. Yeah, 3 pieces. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, Bishop G3, not the only move in the position as well.
Yeah. No, if you can take, I think it's a valid question too, but I don't know, then Queen F3 and Bishop F2, it's at least a perpetual. Yeah. It just takes. Also, Bishop G3 looks so logical, no? Sheltering the king and covering this.
Sure.
Mishra, calculating. What else is there? Knight F4 we take, that can't be it. No, this has to be it, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so let's have a proper look here. King G1 and so knight. Let's just check Knight F4 again. So Knight F4, Bishop F1 is just killing, is it? Nothing to do.
No, it's like all the squares are covered.
Yeah, it looks like a shutout, unless Rook D2. Is that nonsense? Let me just try it, just for the hell of it.
Okay, first we try to take everything. If that doesn't work, we just.
Okay, so Bishop F2. I mean, I'm only trying for a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, it's nonsense. Yeah,
it's no perpetual. Yeah.
No, it's complete nonsense. Okay.
No, I can't see how this works.
Yeah. Okay, so Knight E3. Let's see that again.
What was this? I was just playing F here. Maybe here some Queen E4 or some move. Because it feels like Bishop E3, Rook E3. If this knight makes it back, it covers.
Yeah. I guess after Queen E4, at least White's Queen is shut out for a moment. Queen.
Yeah, exactly.
Not possible.
No, this looks doable. Bishop F2, I guess we can take, or it looks very passive. Queen G4. There's already options.
Yeah, already Queen G4. Yeah. At least.
Okay.
Okay, that's interesting. So just Queen E4.
I'm not sure if it's the end of the line, but this looks dangerous for White, actually, doesn't it?
Well, Bishop F1, you just take on E3.
Yeah, then I wanted to hide. I was even wondering if Black has time to play Rook D2 here. Like, I'm very scared. Rook F1 is a threat.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bishop G3 is on the board.
Okay, we're about to find out. What's the eval bar say?
Says White is better, but not winning better. Although maybe it just wants to go Bishop C8 or Bishop E6 or something. Let's try again. Check. King G1. Knight E3. Does White have other options? If Rook E3, Bishop takes. That doesn't help, does it? Although I already have 2 pieces, right? Maybe I can just make some slow move here.
C2. Yeah, exactly. Just to go solid. Sorry. Bless you.
Rook D2 doesn't work again. Yeah, Knight D2 takes. No. Yeah, this makes sense, because if white stabilizes, he still has enough material to be winning, probably.
Sorry, after rook d2, what did you want?
I thought I can take.
And after bishop f, you're just playing king f. Oh, I see. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. Come on.
Yeah, okay. Forget it.
Yeah, maybe white is just better. I was looking at some trick here, but it's not that tricky, is it? Even bishop d3 or bishop e2 if we want to force queens off.
Looks okay.
Yeah. Maudiar also thinking if bishop g2 worked, he would have already done it.
Yeah.
He's a very fast calculator. But if he doesn't, he's just a pawn down with a bad position. And he does take. Here we go. Computer says it doesn't work, but it was the logical follow-up.
Okay, so now we're going to find out about Abimanyu's defensive skills. But I guess he's like most kids, he's a calculator, so
yeah,
he'll be okay here.
And also, it seems like it's more or less. I'm not sure if we're right about any of this, but it seems like it's more or less forced. No, 93. This fe queen e4 doesn't look great. So rook e3 feels forced.
Just quick update. Magnus has polished the game off. He's won that one.
Yep.
Pretty smooth. He's actually in the lead for what it's worth. But the three players just behind still playing.
I'll go out on a limb and say he's a favorite to qualify for the knockout phase after today.
Crazy. Okay, so let me see. He's taken on e3. Okay, so here's the big moment. Maybe we should just stick around for a moment before we switch to another board.
He goes rook e1. Doesn't even bother defending the knight. Also looks good. Queen e4 and rook e3. Yeah, looks winning.
Okay, that looks like the simplest way to go, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Queen b1 is just one check. King g2. This bishop just covers everything. The two bishops are so superior to a rook in these positions.
Okay, so can he polish it off?
I think this one he won't let go. King g2, rook d1. Maudiar is doing his best to create some confusion.
Well, he's rather good at that, so I'm not right.
I'd be confused.
Yeah.
I'm sure computers just laugh, but no computers playing in this one.
Yeah.
What do you do? Like bishop e2?
Abimanyu, minute and a half left.
Yeah.
Okay, rook g1. I see queen f5, bishop g4. Everything is still okay.
Yeah, it's probably just winning, but still scary.
Yep.
Now, yeah, white only needs 1-2 moves to bring his pieces into the attack.
The problem is you've got to dot the I's and cross the T's, and that takes a little bit of time. And he's now under a minute.
Yeah. The good news is he doesn't have a choice. The king is going to h3 no matter what. Can't stop it. Just has to figure out how to do this. Maybe he wants to go. Yeah, he plays bishop e2. I was wondering, since it's not my king, can it go forward as well, or is that pushing our luck a little bit? Might work, but yeah, probably not something we want.
Probably does, but yeah, I think bishop e2 is probably what the doctor ordered at this moment.
Yeah. Now Diaro needs to find one more trick. But how? It looks over. The only move I can think of is rook e1 to threaten this, but too many options for white already. Even queen here. It's scary, but it's a piece.
So, to be honest, with that bishop on g3 just kind of locked in, it's not, well, of course, you know, I would be terrified, but yeah, in fact, it should be absolutely fine for white. Yeah, everything is protected, basically.
Rook t1 played, king h3.
However, Shaq is such a scary player when in fast time controls. He's going to find something. He'll find some big trick. We can guarantee that.
Yeah, he goes queen f5, queen g5.
He's just lurking with intent. Oh, now is rook. Well, I was going to say rook f2 is a possibility, but even then, and rook e8 will happen, and actually that's pretty ugly.
Yeah, the problem is whenever black does anything too active, he's also getting checkmated himself.
Exactly.
He's hoping for cheapos like rook e5, rook g3, but those won't happen. Still,
but at least he's giving the opportunity.
e6, h5. Queen e6 played. Bishop somewhere, I guess.
h5
h4.
h5 played.
Now it's time, yeah?
It looks pretty nice. Yeah. Looks safe and sound for white.
Yeah.
It's actually reached the critical moment very quickly. I mean, I don't just mean for white, for black actually, because h5 just compromises black's position so badly with rook e5 happening. In fact, it's make or break instantly, and it's breaking in every line we can see.
Yarov switches off his camera. He said, "I've shown you guys enough."
Oh, really?
See this?
Oh, I didn't spot that. That's interesting. Oh,
I'm not sure. Might be a tech issue, but his camera is gone.
Yeah, that's possible, actually. Are you allowed to switch off your camera?
I wouldn't think so. But yeah,
you can't take the shame.
Only if it's flickering really badly. It's the only time you're allowed to. Rook f5 played, stopping rook e5 at least. What is the way? My first thought would backfire. My first thought was queen c8, king h7, queen f5. And now if bishop d3 was legal, that'd be an excellent move. Unfortunately, it's check.
Yeah. Unlucky.
But incredibly unlucky. But Mishra just keeps consolidating. It just has too many pieces. The bishops are so good. Covering all the squares, queen e4. Now bishop d3 is a topic again.
Solid.
If needed, queen h4 can come. Yeah, the rook has to go back. And the end is near.
Yeah, the end is nigh, definitely. Queen e4 is just one of those chunky moves that is a delight to play, actually.
Yeah. Queen h6, this is just agony. Rook f3. Good enough.
Yeah, that's a nice move.
Now our board is flickering.
Oh my word.
Looks like there's some tactical finish in the making here. He's not taking, he's not messing around. Queen f7, just preparing rook e8 or rook e6. I guess you try h4. No, queen g5.
Okay.
Last chance for rook e5, rook g3.
Is he going to be boring and play Queen G6?
Doesn't look like a bad move. Queen F5. RDR has managed to keep the game going, but the bishops are so superior here. There's no hope, really. I think you could resign with a clear conscience, but with Mishra having 22 seconds and probably being nervous, might as well make some more moves. Takes a rook e5 or whatnot.
Oh no, this is definitely resignable territory. Are we going to stick around and just...
Nah, I think we've seen enough. Is there anything else, though?
Yeah, stop the fight. Rook e5, yeah.
This, I guess, should be a draw, but we can try. He's up a pawn.
Yeah, rook on the 7th. Hard to fight against that to make progress. Should be a draw.
Construction looks solid enough.
Okay, let's
deep analysis here. Okay. Still doesn't look like black had to lose, but did Eric miss bishop g2, rook c7? Zwischenschach?
Yeah, but maybe often
there's nothing to do.
There's bishop h3, isn't there? This is the problem. Yeah, f3. Oh, okay, still on the board. Or is he?
No. Not thrilled, but compared to the alternative.
I don't know. No, maybe not e4 g6.
No, also looks shady. Rook c1, rook e2.
Well, actually, can you trap? I was going to say you could try and trap with rook a3, but rook a8. It's not quite happening.
Yeah, it's still alive.
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but something's gone wrong here for Eric. This position you don't need to lose in 3 moves. Like it looks fairly equal. Actually, this might still be a draw, but of course, with f6, g7, h5, it's not the construction you want, so you probably lose more often than not. I had some old textbook that said the easiest way to make a draw, even if you had a pawn on f7, was to go f5 and g6, which I never understood. It doesn't feel like the easiest way, but it's certainly considered to be a draw, like to put the pawns on f5 and g6 here. I'd still rather have the pawn on f7 because it's...
I guess the point is you can't bring the king in.
Yeah, white can build a past e-pawn, but it's not enough to win the game. So I will play f5 here, but I'm assuming everything is a draw until it isn't. Like here, maybe it's already tricky. Even this is supposed to be a draw as far as I know.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's, as you say, it's a draw until it isn't.
Enjoyable, it is not. Now might already be too late, no, with rook h6 coming. Just curious, is there a way to hold this still? No, this is over. So king g7 was the way to keep it together. This is a draw. But yeah, in practice, these better rook end games, especially in rapid, they're won. They're won so often.
Well, it's you know, it's not natural to put the king back.
No, but gotta keep that pawn. Like here,
yeah, I guess. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's interesting.
Yeah, this is
okay. So Sam the Man won. Wei Yi defeated David Anton. So Wei Yi has leapt into the lead.
He is just crushing the field. F7.
Okay, let's have a quick recap on that because we had that interesting start.
Yeah, but this looked like it was just crushing from the get-go. I learned recently that the expression "from the get-go" is often spelled "from the gecko" as Twitter. On Twitter, there are thousands of tweets saying this was bad from the gecko.
Really?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It looked like he just never got out of the opening. The pieces are all over the place and it's not getting better. Knight d4. Now the f pawn comes. Not sure if somewhere around here there was a way to hold this.
And let's
Check briefly.
yeah.
Oh yeah, here he's fine. Okay, I was wrong as usual. No, got messy.
Well, it might be one of those situations where it did look highly dubious at the start, and maybe Anton just convinced himself it was bad, and when that happens, it somehow feels inevitable.
Yeah, also sometimes maybe he spent 12 of his 15 minutes to survive, and then he didn't have time around here, but yeah, computer says knight takes g3, the black is better, actually.
Wow.
Knight takes g3 is not too strange a move now, looking at it. Take the pawn.
So we have just 2 games remaining. We have Vidit against Ding, which, okay, still a bit of work to go for Ding. And Giri against Garwin. Okay, 2 pawns should be winning.
I would think so too. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's trivial. This pawn will keep the bishop occupied, and then the king goes there. And if the black king tries to move over, build another pass pawn. The only thing you don't want is ending up with the wrong bishop, but this is the right bishop, so you can happily put this pawn on h6, build a passer here. And no, it's just funny. Anish.
Should we just very quickly see how we got there? Because we did have that position after move, 17 g4. Okay.
The way it went back, we talked about bishop e4. And he had to go h6 here, which looks like bad news. Why h6? Why not check? Takes. Maybe you get mated here. F5. Queen f6. I like f5, just hinting at this.
Yeah, queen f6, rook e6 is still on.
Yeah.
Yeah, f5 looks pretty nasty.
Not pleasant, but neither was h6. This is too complex for me. hg, bishop g5 he didn't like, so he goes e4, trapping the knight. And he doesn't care. We got some sort of endgame that's probably lost.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But Gawain, you brought this on yourself. Play the King's Indian. None of those e5 force lines where you suffer the rest of the game.
There you go.
What else happened? Hare Krishna won another one against, or 1-1 against Tari. That's it. Mishra with the upset. Checkmates Mamedyarov. Yeah, after Mamedyarov tried to bluff him by leaving this pawn on priest, but didn't work. It took everything. Then defended and wins.
And that means that after these first 4 rounds, Abhimanyu Mishra is on 50%. He has 6 out of 12.
Not a bad score at all in this field. Impressive stuff. Vidit Ding has ended in a draw, not surprisingly. So it's just Anish. But this does look trivial, no? Or he goes this way directly. Okay. Just build another passer. I learned somewhere if these in opposite color bishop endgames, if you have 2 extra pass pawns, if they're more than 4 files away from each other, then you're winning. This looks like plenty files. Yeah, it's nothing to do. C4, bishop wherever, king c5, b5.
Well, I mean, the king's going
will
to
win
come back to
itself.
c8. Does that help? I mean, I know it's lost.
I don't think we can make some moves, but yeah, I don't think it should help. So let's say here, I'll go b5, let's say. Black waits.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I mean, king b6 is possible in that position.
King b6 should also just do the job, no?
Actually, a nice move is...
I want to go here, which
Oh, okay.
should also do.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, put the bishop on d6 with the king on b6. And then you can go for a breakthrough with c5, c6.
Yeah. No, it's just hopeless. And white doesn't even need anything flashy. Just put a pawn on c7 and run with the king towards g7. It's also...
No, it's completely hopeless.
It's just game over.
Okay.
I think we'll see something along these lines. Rough day for Gawain Jones. What does he have? The one draw only against Vigo?
That's just one, yeah. So at the bottom of the pile, we have Jordan van Foreest and Gawain. Well, while we're just waiting for this one to finish, Jan, I would invite you to give a little Dutch summary of the day. Is that possible?
I need a lot of disclaimers. First one is I don't speak Dutch.
Okay, that's a good start.
It's important for context. But since we have 2 Dutch participants
indeed
in this tournament, and
you have no excuse.
There's a giant Dutch audience out there that wants to know what happens. Of course, we have to give them some information.
Yeah.
So here we go. Ja, dames en heren, vandaag heeft Jordan van Foreest een heel slechte dag gehad. Heel slecht gespeeld. 1 punt van 12. 1 punt van 12. Kan dat? 3 keer verloren, 1 keer remise. Wat doe je, Jordan? Je moet een beetje pluggen, focus en niet altijd lekker openings. Niet altijd openings kijken. Je moet een beetje combinaties. Wat doe je? Hij was heel slecht. Tegen Ding heb je een goede stelling. En paardmaal F7, lekker mat. Dat kan niet. En tweede partij, even kijken wat heb je gedaan. Tweede partij, Jorn van Foreest. Jij verliest van Erik Hansen tegen Chessbra. Altijd lekker drinken, Tinder. En Chessbra wint tegen jij. Met zwart. Jezus, Jorn. Heel slechte dag van Jorn van Foreest. Anish Giri. Ja, normaal. Een beetje moeilijk. Gewint niet van Niels met zwart. Heel solid. Maar ik weet het niet. C3. Niet altijd theorie spelen. C3. Moet je dame A5. En kijken wat Niels doet. Part 6, beetje meh. Maar Anish heeft een goede toernooi. Hij wint tegen... hij wint niet tegen Hare Krishna. Maar hij wint een goede partij tegen Pragnananda. Leuke trick. Lopen F4. Zwart pakt. En doorgejaagd. Lekker mat. Goede partij. Anish. En... Ja, Anish heeft even kijken. 5 puntjes, maar hij skal winnen nu. 8 puntjes van 12. Niet zo slecht. Maar morgen geen hoodie, Anish. Morgen lekker serieus. Deze hoodie vind ik niet leuk. Dankjewel, dames en heren. Morgen tweede dag van het Chessable Masters. Goeie toernooi.
Yeah, and that was absolutely splendid.
Thank you.
Dank u wel. So let me just recap that. So we've completed our 4 rounds for today, and in the lead we have Wei Yi, who's playing splendidly actually at the moment. I have to say, has 3 wins and a draw, so he has 10 out of 12 with this particular scoring system. And then in fourth place, sharing second place, 8 with 8 points, Ding Liren, Anish Giri, and Magnus Carlsen all on 8. So we will resume the second day with 4 more rounds, same time, same place, at 1800 hours Central European time, and we'll join you then. But it's been a good one. It's been a good, interesting first day. Jan, is there any particular game that you would highlight as one of your favorites for today?
Oof, there's always so many games. I can't even claim I've seen all of them. I think we gotta give credit to Mishra against attacking Mamedyarov just to calmly take the pawn and then all the pieces and get the big win. That's a nice one. With Magnus, I guess he's not even that happy with how he played, but I'm still in awe how easy he makes chess look like in this game against Niels once he got the chance, and against Jordan. He's just pretty good, but there are so many more games. I'd have to have a closer look. I'm sure there were many exciting ones.
But yeah,
what about you? Do you have one in mind?
Let me see. I like Wei Yi, actually. I mean, he's obviously the star of today. And actually, we didn't have a chance to look at it too much. But actually, I thought his game against Hare Krishna was really special, actually. He outplayed him absolutely beautifully, strategically, on both sides of the board. So for me, at a very superficial level, we flicked through it, but it actually looked like a beautiful game. So, and I'm very glad that he seems to be playing well, and Ding as well. I would like the Chinese guy to do well, frankly.
Fair enough.
So there we are. I think we're going to round up there. As I said, we will see you tomorrow. Do join us again, 1800 hours Central European time. So it's goodbye from me.
Bye. I might not be here tomorrow, but I'll be back. So enjoy the show. Have a good time. And yeah, it's been fun. See you soon.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.